Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
On. Oh, okay.
They're on.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Morning, colleagues.
Please, can we start settling up? We are running behind schedule. We wish to start. Yeah, I like it. Tone down some more. Please, can we sit down? Can we take our seats? Abuti? Yes, can always show him a tea break. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Morning.
I am yet to welcome, but I need us to deal with the safety issues first. So I've got a rep from here who is going to tell us what we do in an event that there's an emergency today.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Marizan. I'm the Health and Safety Officer of Emperor's Palace. So welcome to the Palace of Dreams, and I'm hoping you're going to have a great day with us today. So just a few safety things that you need to just listen for a bit. In the case of an emergency, if there's a fire, we do have sprinkler systems that will be activated. So in the case of a fire, please make your way to the main exit. It's situated on that side. And if you go out, you go right, and as you entered by the convention center's entrance, you will exit that way, across the road, and the assembly point is on that side. We also do have a full-time clinic on our premises, so if there's an emergency or any medical attention that's needed, our management is always on the floor. You can ask any of this management banqueting staff to assist you. They will take you to the reception, and we will call the relevant parties to come and assist you. In the case of a fire, we also have fire equipment. There's some cupboards you can just identify. There's one there and one on that side. So if there's anything, our security team will also be able to assist, and they assist with evacuation as well. So any questions? If not, have a fantastic day and enjoy it.
Thank you,
Thank
madam.
you.
Thank you.
Let me help you
I
with the
think
mic.
I just want to share with you my interpretation of the theme of this year. Last year's theme was fighting force of ground. So this year it is the Olympics of force of ground. And I thought about it last night, and I'm thinking this is how I interpret it. I think this theme reminds us that, like athletes, we need to be persistent, consistent, resilient. In sport, when a team loses a game, they don't stop, they don't retire, they don't stop playing. They don't retire, they keep training. And even when they win, they don't stop improving. And I think the theme also reminds me that success comes in teamwork, whether be it a team sport or an individual sport, where there's a coach, there's a personal trainer, there's a nutrition expert, and other very important supporting staff to assist the sports person or the team to reach, their optimal abilities, right? And I want us to adopt that mindset, that with continuous effort and dedication and learning and collaboration, we will achieve force of ground safety excellence, and eventually we will achieve the ultimate objective of zero force of ground fatalities, and that is why we are here today, and only for that. How do we get to zero, right? So Mitzi?
Few shuffles on our program. The first agenda point was the launching of the industry safety song. However, we just want to welcome our CEO, Mzila Mtenjane, on stage to give us a welcoming and to remind us of why we are gathered here today. Thank you.
Yeah, no.
No.
As he's coming up, I'm very popular for exceptional timekeeping. So I'm quite embarrassed that we didn't start at 20 past or 8:30 already. So each speaker of the day was made aware of how much time they were allocated to speak, right? if you just go over by, in fact, you won't even go over by a minute because. So when with respect, thank you. Thank you, Tatemzil.
Is this on? And I presume that includes me as well, Lerato. Especially me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. It is once again a pleasure to, and certainly an honor for me to welcome you to the 2025 Fall of Ground Action Play Day of Learning. On a rainy day, I suppose in African terms, we would say that it is a blessing and that we gathered here today for this special occasion. It's an annual gathering that plays a very critical role in our ongoing efforts to eliminate fall of ground fatalities in our industry. Today is more than just about reporting our progress in this journey to zero fatalities. Rather, given the lessons from our performance of previous years and recently since the beginning of the year, it is about bringing to bear the leadership humility to share our experiences and to learn from one another, the outcome of which will be a strengthening of our collective commitment to making our operations safer and a better place to work. We are privileged, I think, in the first instance, to be amongst one another. And secondly, to be in the presence of several representatives from industry, from various and different mining operations who will share their experiences in implementing the Fogap initiatives. Their insights, both in terms of successful preventative achievements and the remaining challenges, will provide valuable learning opportunities for all of us. We will also hear from researchers who have been working on Fogap-related projects, giving us a deeper understanding of the science and the innovation behind these safety measures. And combined, these learning experiences will provide us with that fundamental and enduring safety practices that will help us continue to prevent harm and reduce fatalities caused by falls of ground. However, we have to remember that as we gather here today, we must acknowledge the sobering reality of our current FOG safety performance. Since the 1st of January 2025, we have already lost 7 of our colleagues to falls of ground accidents. This contrasts with the 1 fatality recorded during the same period last year in 2024. These are tragic losses that unfortunately occurred in our gold sector across 3 separate accidents, each claiming multiple lives. This is unfortunate, and I think you will share the sentiment with me when I say it is also unacceptable. And it is a harsh reminder that our work is far from finished. And if at this point in time, if I can ask you please to stand up when I observe a moment of silence. Thank you. May their souls rest in peace. To continue, and despite these events, yet we are gathered here today undeterred by these setbacks. We are here humbled by the loss of lives, and at the same time, though, inspired to continue to drive the implementation of fall of ground action plans across the whole industry. While some initiatives are still in the research phase and others will take some time to show measurable results, we must stay the course. Every effort we make today will contribute to a safer tomorrow for our operations. And so I'd like to encourage everyone to be actively engaged and truly be immersed in today's discussion so that we can take the learnings for adoption and adaptation to our operations and continue to champion the implementation of Fogap initiatives. Every step we take towards improving falls of ground safety performance is a step towards ensuring that every mine worker returns home safely at the end of their shift. And I'd like to conclude by saying thank you very much to everyone who's here today for prioritizing this important event. Let us make the most of the day to share, to learn, and collaborate, because together we can change the trajectory of falls of ground safety in our industry. And let me take this opportunity to wish you all a productive and insightful session. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mzila, for your heartfelt words. Colleagues, we are excited to launch our mining industry safety song today, a powerful anthem that's designed to create awareness and promote a culture of safety. I invite you to listen closely to the message, the lyrics of the song. Let it resonate with you, and as we strive for zero harm in our industry. Please welcome on stage Rachel and the band.
We are together and we'll be one forever. We come home to our families and we rejoice so thankfully. Your safety is our virtue. We stand and walk beside you. We're brothers, we're sisters. Together we are victors. I'm telling you now, the seas come out from all across the world. We have open arms, this is our destiny. You and I were the same blood. If you fall, I will help you up. You and I, we see eye to eye. We live forever under the sky. We sing, oh, 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 'cause we're stronger together. You and I were the same blood. If you fall, I will help you up. You and I, we see eye to eye. We live forever under the sky. We sing, oh, 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 'cause we're stronger together. Sidinga ubambano lakho. Sisonke. You and I are the same blood. If you fall, I will help you up. You and I, we see eye to eye. We live forever under the sky. We sing, oh, 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 'cause we're stronger together.
Rachel and the band. Colleagues, the lyrics of the song are, I believe, there's printouts of the lyrics set on your tables. Lerato, do you perhaps want to introduce our next speaker?
Yes. Let me first start by thanking Ntate Mzila for saving us 10 minutes so I didn't have to use the bell. Our keynote speaker is Dr. Bernard Swanepoel, who understand is a very polished leader, who's now retired, and we wish for him to share with us nuggets of wisdom of how we can be resilient, we can be persistent, and we can be consistent so that we can achieve the ultimate goal of zero harm force of ground fatalities. Where is Papa? Yeah, he's here. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you, Papa. Thank you.
Good morning, Lerato. Thank you for announcing my retirement. I was unaware of it until earlier today, but I'm ready for it. I'm so ready for it. My name is indeed Bernard Swanepoel, and it's an absolute privilege to be talking to you today. Clearly, this is a low-budget event. You had no money, and you defaulted to available retired people. I do appreciate it, however. But before we look at the future, let's go back into the past. I want to ask you to think back to where you were July 1979. Not born, I hear you. I hear you. I was in my June vac of my first year mining engineering at varsity. They sent us to the Yamtari section at Kloof. I went underground, and I really seriously reflected on some life choices I made. It's a long time ago. And the only reason I take us back to a long time ago is so that we can actually acknowledge the journey from where we were to where we are. We will talk about the dissatisfaction with the status quo, and we'll dream a little bit about a better future. Those days, even as mining engineers or students, we had to get our phase shifts, we had to go underground. We didn't do a climb because a climb was for the black people. We had some modified sort of a climb, much more in line with today's better practices. They send you underground with at least 4 liters of frozen water, and you basically just didn't die for the first few days. I remember being underground there, and I will never go back to Kloof. I mean, when we tried to buy all of Goldfields later, I nearly excluded Kloof. I nearly said I'll have all of Goldfields, but not Kloof. We would just literally be underground, and there would be what I, as a young boy, then thought were earthquakes, which obviously was seismicity, and it would rain pebbles on you. If this wasn't a good company, I would say I shat myself many a day. Guys, this is the other day. This is not so long ago. Those were the days when, in years, we had well over 100 fall of ground related fatals. You guys are doing phenomenal work making our industry safer. We're not done, but let's just think of how far we've come. So I don't want to bore you with my story, but those days, I would say there were 2 components to it. The one is I had no choice. I tried my best to become an industrial engineer with an ISCO bursary. They wouldn't give me a bursary. I think it was because I didn't play rugby, but it may also have been my bad maths and science marks, I don't know. But I mean, in the end, the privileged part of my story, of course, is there were more mining engineering bursaries than what there were white young boys interested in mining engineering. So I had no choice. I studied mining engineering because I could get a bursary. I was privileged enough to be white and male. And I had some fun. They sent me, after my military service, I got sent to the shallow mines. So I'm the worst person to stand here and talk to you because I've never worked on deep mines. And I plan on keeping it like that now that I'm retired. I went to Grootvlei, and then I worked in the Genco group, Barberton and Kinross and Beatrix. And of course, by the time I joined the team at Harmony, we were shallow miners. It's a statement of fact. I mean, those mines were very, very shallow. So the seismicity part of this area, I have watched from a distance. The science of it has always been higher grade, above my pay grade. But it is the fall of ground part that I still, till today, believe we can do more. I was still at Kinross. In those days, I would have been, whatever the title was, manager mining underground. To really tell you how old I am, Neil Frinneman was my resident engineer, my colleague. Now, he's old. So now you know how old I am. I mean, he's so flippin' ancient, he's really retiring now. And even then, John Keane, our rock engineer, persisted and persisted until I fully supported us doing in-stope hanging wall drilling. Trying to drill at those days, we still knew what stoping width was at 80, 90 centimeters, trying to drill vertical holes. It was worth every cent we spent. I don't think it worked at a satisfactory level, but this technology doesn't work like you go to the end. Technology works like you attempt, you try, and you proceed. I asked a few smart people to brief me and talk to me about the space. They came up with lots of good ideas. And then fortunately, I read what I was supposed to speak about and I could relax. I had to speak about leadership and resilience. Nice topics, no? So I don't need slides for that. But when we talk about leadership, I mean, right now in the world, we are looking at people. We see such different models of leadership. Can I unpack two? Siya Kolisi. Have you heard him speak? I'm not talking about seeing him on TV, the produced guy. I had the privilege at Cape Town Indaba at one of the side events. Siya was speaking. I was desperate to hear the real Siya when he's not produced, when he speaks from his heart. Flip. I left there in awe. He personifies what he himself calls shared leadership. He's not the smartest, he's not the strongest, he's not the best spoken, and he is very comfortable with getting other people to step up and to do things that he can't do. Surely, that is a leadership model we could all aspire to. More and more, allow other people to co-lead with you. Now, in a multi-stakeholder space like this, where, I mean, there are people representing the company, I mean, you know, the actual organization. There are employees, there are unions. This space is full of very, very smart research and other stakeholders. I mean, there are, and many more. We cannot here, nobody can be the boss here. Nobody can be I tell you how to do it and it gets done like that. And so the progress here may sometimes feel frustratingly slow. But there's no other leadership model for the future than the Siya Kolisi leadership model. Right now, I'm not going to ask you to show your hands because a shocking number of people here would be big fans of the Elon Musk model of leadership. I'm the cleverest asshole ever. Nobody is near me intellectually. When I do things, it is automatically successful. I was a little bit like that until I woke up and learned from my mistakes. Clearly, Jacques, you can stop blushing now. It wasn't a joke, okay? Just he shook his head in affirmation when I said I was also an asshole like that. So leadership, and I want to come back to that in a few minutes. Gallup has just done a huge survey, 52 countries, over 30,000 people. They asked people what is it that they look for in leadership. 50-something, 56%. You know what people look for in leadership from leaders? Hope. You know what's the second highest thing? Trust. 90% of what people look for in leaders is hope and trust. Yeah, it helps to have a PhD, an MBA, a blasting certificate, a manager certificate of competency. Guess what? When you lead people, they actually are looking for hope. When you go into the detail of the survey and you unpack it, then young people, even more so, are looking for hope. There is no factor in anybody's daily life that is more important than their leader at work. Are you signing up for that responsibility? Are you accepting that the people in your organization, the people that work for you, their quality of life is impacted by the extent that you give them proper leadership? Don't get me started. I'm going to run out of time. She's going to ring that bell in 10 minutes, and I'm not going to be done. So I always say part of what we have to do for people in our organizations is we have to help them connect the dots. We have to make things not simple because people are dumb, but we have to understand the complexity so that we can get to the simplicity on the other side of it and help people understand that. This is what you guys are experts in. I mean, I go underground. Fortunately, they dress me up funnily that everybody can see I'm a hazard, that visitors' clothing. And I go underground with people and they explain phenomenally complex concepts to me to where even I can understand it. That is exactly what we need to do in the next challenge for us, is how do we get our people 100% on board with these things that are hard to see. There are mathematical formula behind some of these things. There are huge unknowns, and yet we want our people to go into this environment and produce safely. We do want that. That is what we want. I want to dwell a little bit on resilience, and then I'll wrap up, I promise. Resilience is one of these weird English words that I have to look up every time. Where I grew up in Rustenburg, perhaps we were resilient, but we didn't use the word. But if you look at the concept of resilience, and I do think it's a very pertinent and relevant concept for leadership. I mean, I'm sure if you were to Google it now, it will give you a list of things. For me, the part of resilience that I relate to in the journey to zero harm is overcoming a setback. I am personally in awe of what Harmony is doing right now in terms of safety, the culture work they do. I've had the privilege of seeing some of that. Then they have a setback. What is resilience? Resilience is acknowledging that we had a setback, but not giving up, not quitting. I mean, that's like stumbling 72 kilometers into the comrades. It is stupid. Ask me, I've done that. Don't do that. It's bloody stupid. Your two choices is feel sorry for yourself and look for the bus, or get up and find a way to just carry on again. So the recovering from a setback on a journey to zero harm, we have to bring that mindset. That doesn't mean you go and deliberately trip. But there's not a person here who will say that the incidences at Harmony was deliberate. So it's a setback. So how do we recover from a setback? I think it's very important. Like I say, I honestly, even today, I'm jealous of industrial engineers. Deep in my heart, I think I'm an industrial engineer. The setback was flippin' Iscor wouldn't give me a bursary. Hey, it's their fault. I outlived them. They're gone, you see. I was right. If only they gave me a bursary to study industrial engineering. But what is so then you study mining engineering. Do I look very sad about the hand I was dealt? The other point around resilience, which I personally think is so important is the adapting to change. Now, we give it fancy names nowadays. When I get to any place and we talk about change management, my first reaction is, ach, yes, toch. My second reaction is, no. Change needs to be managed. We need to think it through. We need to, help people to get on board with it, to understand where we're going. And all the science around change management, I think, is extremely important. Some of these changes are humongous. If you pay attention, we are living through a time when the world order is being changed. I warned people against anybody who dyes his hair orange. I said it can't be a good thing. But the world order is changing, dramatically so. I joined the industry before the National Union of Mine Workers were allowed to function. I came out of the army where I wasted 2 years of my youthful life, and the National Union of Mine Workers were recognized at Marievale, which was part of Grootvlei, and from age 22 or 3, my normal has been an industry with the National Union of Mine Workers as a partner. That's a change that I had nothing to do with, and the rules changed, and my whole mining career was different because of those sort of changes. So we have to adapt to change. You guys are the people who have to help us affect change. And you wish you could send an email and tell everybody that from tomorrow on, you shall not work under unsupported area, and you will install and you will drill correctly. Hey, if only, nah? If only these damn people were machines, eh? So the resilience to keep on changing. This story of Fogap, but the story of Journey to Zero Harm, I think, is an excellent example of exactly that. Resilience means we must maintain a positive outlook. When people cannot afford proper speakers like Lerato, they invite me to come and speak because I am positive in my DNA. Every single thing in my body thinks the future can be better, will be better, and I know the people who are going to help me to do that. I can apologize for that, but I'm not. So positivity, surely, when you stand up and you see in the end it's just blood on your knees, surely the positive mindset says, I can actually continue again. This is not a country where mining is about to die. I lived through the days of the sunset industry of gold mining. Flip and ask how many hours sunset it was. Hey? A phenomenal company mining gold successfully and safely today. 30 years later, 30 years ago, the gold mining industry was a sunset industry. Today we talk that nonsense about platinum or PGMs. Absolute nonsense. That narrative serves no purpose. That's not what our people want to hear. Dwelling on the past, dwelling on the last incident, the last fatal, we failed again, doesn't help us other than to learn from that. And that is obviously, in terms of resilience, that learning from mistakes. It's so difficult for those of us with engineering technical background. I mean, we actually think we can design for zero defect, for zero failure. Then we add a safety factor, and then things still happen. Of course it will still happen. And how do we learn from that? I can see that hand is itching with that clock of hers. There's no Q&A, so I'm stealing that time back from you anyway. I want to wrap up by saying, so I'd ask you to go back to before your birth for most of you, to go and fetch this industry 45 years ago. Look where we are today. But let's also talk about another 20 years. Now, many of you would be retired by Lerato. You may even retire voluntary. Some of you will be around. Clearly, we're going to be much, much further down the journey to zero harm. There's not a single new thing that we need to no longer have fall of grounds injuring our people. We need to integrate them better. We need to understand them better. We need to make them more widely usable. We need to make every person in our business as committed to his and her safety and that of their colleagues as we should be. But I do unashamedly hope to be around when all these things do beautifully come together. When that, whatever we call it, the digital twin, truly exists, all the data is really there. Everything we capture is immediately updated. Whether it's AI or whether it's just the smart algorithms, we should surely electronically or virtually be able to mine out any block of ground before we even drill a hole in it. In that, we should be able to model every possible risk associated with it, so that we, in the end, really, really only deal with the last interaction of a piece of rock with gravity, and we've got the tools for that. I continue to be very impressed with the work that goes into the basic stuff. We must drill better. Yeah, we thought we need to change explosives, but perhaps we don't, as long as we drill better. I mean, you guys are doing all the fantastic, phenomenal stuff. I pray and hope that it pulls together so smartly that those people who today sit at varsity can't wait to join this industry. Wipe your eyes. China has officially overtaken America as the center of innovation and technological breakthrough. It's official, except America doesn't believe it. How can China attract the smartest people? Well, it helps if you start with a few billion of your own. It helps if you educate them well. How will we as an industry attract but the smartest people? I nearly said like me, but can I say unlike me then? Like you. How would we do that? We need to become an industry which is at the forefront of everything. Now, safety is the ultimate incentivized place where you can never, ever, ever not have money for safety. Some 20 years ago, as CEOs, we made pledges. You know, when a CEO makes a pledge, especially one that is beyond his tenure, easy, zero harm. I knew I wasn't going to be here. So I left it for the next guy. The next guy took it on where I was at the time. I think they are on their third next guy. You know? It was first Graham, and then Peter, and now Bayers. This journey is not dependent on individuals. You should not worry about who's the CEO of the company who makes the pledge. I think, again, if we make this an industry thing, it doesn't matter who's the crook in the corner, nah? Who's the top dog, or what is the female version of that. Doesn't matter. I'm glad I didn't go too far down that line. Yeah. 45 million rand committed. You guys are coming to the end of the 45 million rands. If you settle for only 45 million rand next 5-year period, you have failed us as an industry. You failed those of us who want to look at the industry as our legacy, and you failed those who should still come. I asked Mark Munro, what does a fatal cost? It's not a financial calculation. He said he has had a fatal which cost at least R1 billion. And he said fatals in his tenure which cost hundreds of millions. So guys, if you need to speak the language of business people and shareholders, speak it. But you have to make sure that these initiatives are adequately funded so that we take the next step. 5 years, the last 5 years, when I look at the numbers, this 5 years compared to the previous 5 years, we've probably saved at least 40 to 50 lives, directly measurable in hard numbers. R1 million, a life saved. Huh? Would you buy that if that was your life? Would you buy that if that was the life of your child? Flippin' yes, where do I sign up? Ladies, gentlemen, I am going to get a bell. I want to get off the stage. I wanted to come and tell you, congratulations. I am proud of what you guys are doing. This industry that I was lucky to survive 45 years ago. People can today join this industry with an absolute 100% expectation to survive unharmed. That's what you guys have done. You are taking the worst killer, rock that falls under gravity, and you're taking it away as a risk to our people. You actually deserve a standing applause from yourselves for that. Thank you very much for what you do, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Fast.
Must come back. on
Tate
stage.
Bernard, not so fast. I wanted to say sorry for retiring you. And to thank you for agreeing to motivate us. Thank you so much, Papa. And this is a medal, Stronger Together.
Aha, thank you.
Thank you. Is it me?
Yeah,
Is it my presentation?
it's you, ma'am.
Okay. Please put on my presentation. I don't want to see myself. Must lose weight. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Dr. Bernard Sonnebill, thank you so much for that comforting and reassuring message. I think he says resilience means you need to acknowledge, that there's a setback, and I'd like to stand here to acknowledge that we've lost 7 lives to force of ground fatalities since the beginning of the year. Personally, I've suffered 3 losses of lives in a period of 3 years. I don't even know who I am anymore. So I don't want to imagine the 7 families that have lost their lives. But he says something that's important, that we don't throw in the towel. Because sometimes I find myself wanting to throw in the towel as someone who's pushing implementation of the Fogap, to be honest. Whenever I hear of a fatality and I hear it's force of ground, I'm thinking, what's the point? So thank you very much for encouraging us to pick up the pieces and soldier on. So I've got only 6 slides, I promise you. An event like today's scares people because they think, death by PowerPoint. 6 slides. There's only 6 pillars in Fogap, 1 slide for each pillar. But before I get into the progress, because I'm here to account to you as the industry that's giving us 46 million rands, what we are doing with it, how far we've come, what is still outstanding. So before I get into that, for the benefit of people that may not know what Fogap is, where it comes from, why it's there, Fogap stands for Force of Ground Elimination of Fatalities Action Plan. It's a long word, so we shorten it by saying Fogap. When was it born? In 2021, and why? We, the Minerals Council, were presenting the industry safety performance to the CEO's Forum of the Minerals Council. And of course, CEOs weren't impressed with the force of ground safety performance. We thought we need a step change to get us to 0 force of ground fatalities, because this is the biggest contributor to industry fatalities, right? So in 2021, then they mandated that the Minerals Council's Rock Engineering Technical Committee works closely with the South African National Institute for Rock Engineers, SANIRE, to come up with a strategy, and that's how Fogap was born. It's not only that, what I like with Fogap, and I will tell you why, it's because it's the only initiative that I, in the 18 years of serving the mining industry at the Minerals Council, that involves other professional associations. And that makes it easier for us to roll it out. So at the time when we're putting our heads together, I want to say as rock engineers, no, I'm not one. When the rock engineers put their heads together to come up with the strategy, they then consulted with the AMMSA and SACMA to get the buy-in, to have them also comment on how we can enhance the strategy. That is why this is a collaborative initiative, SANIRE, the Rock Engineering Technical Committee, AMMSA, and SACMA. And the Rock Engineering Technical Committee are the custodian of the program. And this means a lot of extra work for them, considering they have the 9 to 5, jobs in their companies. So whenever we have to commission a project, like I said, I'm not a rock engineer. So whenever we commission a project, they will then scope it up, say what is it that we want to achieve, what are the expected outcomes, how long we, want the program to, or the project to run for. And that's a lot of work, right? The committee, as I joined the Mirrors Council, only used to meet every 2 months. But since the inception of the Fogap, I think about 2 years ago, we decided, we can't, this is too much work. So now the committee meets every month. And it is a lot of projects. So let me get on with it. And I may as well, since I stand here, thank the Rock Engineering Technical Committee for their dedicated commitment and energy to get this off the ground. Equally, I'd like to also thank the SACMA and the AMMSA for assisting us. So the Fogap strategy has 6 pillars, right? So pillar 1 is adoption of leading practices. Why? Because we've had the MOSH Learning Hub within the Mirrors Council for over 10 years now, and we've seen how that unit is helping us promote leading practices and helping us increase the adoption of these leading practices in the industry. So we thought, let's learn from what works, right? Because I believe we learn from what doesn't work, but you must also equally learn from what works. So it's 6 pillars. At the time, the rock engineers had identified 3 projects. No, actually it was 2 projects under this first pillar. It was ensuring nobody works under unsupported roof, and for that we have improved underground workplace visibility. As a leading practice, it was launched, I think 2 years or 3 years, no, 2 years. This one was launched later. It was launched in July 2022, and adoption is progressing well. No, July 2023. Adoption is progressing well. I know I'm not a rock engineer, but I particularly like this leading practice because I think it's common sense. If you want to stop rocks from falling on anyone, you have to prevent, put in some sort of support. So a permanent aerial mesh leading practice was therefore launched in the industry. And I'm proud to say, of the 36 mines to which the practice is relevant, we have 34 mines that are already adopting it, right? So that's that. And then before then, we launched the Improve Underground Workface Visibility Leading Practice. That's essentially just lighting up underground. We've had a lot of positive responses, not limited to the rock engineering fraternity, actually. We've had the environmental engineers, we've had women in mining structures thanking us for that, because women now feel much safer, and it just improves also the general morale of the people. What I like about this strategy is that it's not limited to geotechnical strategies, because you agree, lighting is not rock engineering related. And this is one of the reasons why we thought it important to garner the support of other professional associations in rolling out this strategy. So I want to challenge the companies that have not yet adopted lighting underground to get hold of me on Monday, or Chris Lehodi, who's the adoption team manager for Force of Ground, on how you can get on board, right? So that's the 2. The one that we are yet to promote is the one that deals with the effectiveness of current drilling practices. Last year I stood here and I told you, the year before, Impala presented the preliminary findings of a pilot study where they were piloting a hydropower drill, and drill guide. And they had positive results that excited us. There's a lot of benefits. It drills faster, it drills more accurate holes, it weighs lesser, it vibrates lesser, it can be operated remotely. So from a health and safety perspective, we were quite excited, right? So we took back the outcomes of the presentation. We presented it to the Rock Engineering Technical Committee. They gave us a mandate as the Minerals Council to do further investigations. Colleagues, it is a lot of work to get a practice to be called a leading practice in the sense of leading practices in the Minerals Council, because we need to do tests after tests. So the Impala pilot was one, and then last year, and I stood here and I said, we want to do further investigative work before we can say it's a leading practice. We want to assure you that when we promote a practice as leading, you can be confident we've done our due diligence, right? So we have partnered with Harmony. We've appointed a service provider. The reason it took us long to hit the ground on this one is because we're struggling to find a service provider that can do measurements for us on the performance of both the drill guide and the hydropower drill, comparatively speaking, with the normal pneumatic drills, right? So the project started in November last year. It's supposed to end this year in October. However, I was hoping that by today, I'm able to show you at least pictures of us, working underground to assess the performance of the drill machines and the drill guides. But unfortunately, Harmony experienced fatal, accidents underground, and that delayed the start of the project. So in December, we're essentially just dealing with onboarding of the service providers and the data collectors. Let me also tell you that because we're struggling to find a service provider, the one that there are service providers out there. So the ones that we approached didn't have the capacity because they had so much work. So they were honest to say, no, our hands are full. So the one that we got gave us an opportunity to partner them with our mining engineering graduates to help collect data underground. So initially, the date for data collection underground for baseline data collection was the 17th of February, but because of the fatals, we had to move. Sometimes I get a little bit of frustration because you want to get things done, but I remind myself, my mentor says, if you want to walk fast, walk alone. You want to walk far, you walk together. So that comforts me. We will get there. Just be patient with us. I know this is important to execute. So the current situation is that on Monday the 31st, data collectors are going underground at Doornkop mine. So three sites were provided for us to test different OEM products at different sites. So it's Harmony's Mwapkotsong, Doornkop, and Jewel mines. So we are going down I'm not sure when at Jewel, but we are going down on Monday at Doornkop to do the baseline assessments. I do hope that next year when I stand before you, I have significant progress to report on this one, right? Just know it gives me sleepless nights. The second pillar deals with R&D. So in R&D, the rock engineers had pre-identified 3 areas that needed to be researched. The one was, how do we improve burying, right? So initially, in the past couple of years that I have been standing here, I had said initially, on burying, we had subdivided the project into 2. The one was identifying technology, or finding technology that will identify loose rock for us. And then the other part of the project dealt with how do we then dress down that loose rock safely? Because we were frustrated with the pinch bar, we thought, initially, we thought we could get a mechanical tool of some sort to help us, get the deed done, because we thought, over the years, pinch bars have been researched in terms of their weight, their length, their material, and still we are still stuck with the same tool, pinch bar. So we sent out a technology scout, and we said, go and look out for any of these for us. So the results that were presented to us were mechanical scaler, modified mechanical scaler, modified pinch bar, robotics, and exoskeletons. Robotics, too expensive. We are looking for a solution that is affordable, that all mines can adopt. So we thought it was too premature for us there. So robotics we ruled out. The others was exoskeletons and modified mechanical scaler. So that one we set aside. So the exoskeletons, we thought, okay, maybe there is value in us doing more work on this one. So there are no OEMs for exoskeletons in South Africa. So we had to procure them from overseas. That's number one. Number two, there are no exoskeletons that are designed for mining. So we thought for the purposes of the research, let's obtain exoskeletons that are made for the automotive industry, just for tool handling, because we want to use them for barring, to improve the effectiveness and quality of the barring task. So we obtained 4 of those, and last year I stood here and I presented positive outcomes from UJ because they were doing muscle assessments for us on the exoskeletons, and I'm glad, like I said, positive outcomes. The muscle assessment proved that wearing the exoskeleton when barring relieves physical labor demand from the wearer and also enhances endurance. So the next step was to take it to a mine. Thank you to Sibanye Stillwater that partnered with us and said, come. So essentially where we are right now is that we've just completed simulation test in the medical center, and then we are due to go underground. I'm not going to say much because my colleague is going to tell you about the outcomes of that Sibanye Stillwater assessment. And then we've got, is it 20 minutes? Okay, sorry, I'm gonna rush. So, and then the next one is improved seismicity. So there we were doing a global search on best practices on how we can manage seismicity better. So we finished phase 1 of the project. It's scoped in 4 phases. Phase 1, I'm not also gonna say much. The researcher is here to tell us the outcomes of phase 1, but basically we asked him to come up with guidelines on how a mine can develop just a basic monitoring system for itself, collect data and how to analyze it. So Johan will speak about that later. And the other one, we are looking for technologies for real-time monitoring and proactive warning of instability. So there we went out to search what technologies exist. So we found out the LiDAR, the radar, and the photogrammetry. So the photogrammetry project finished, I think, in November last year, and we have found it's a great tool. It can detect the minutest of details. However, it's still a prototype. So I'm just gonna move, sorry. It's still a prototype, but we are working very closely with the Mandela Mining Precinct to help the service provider to commercialize it. Pillar 3 deals with skills development, of course, because we are losing rock engineers to retirement and immigration in the country. How do we fast track their development? So there we were meant to come up with a LMS, Learner Management System, which is a wonderful platform that will enable you to learn from wherever you are in the world. I think that's why I personally like it. So the LMS is there, was launched at the SANIRE Symposium last year. It is up and running and accessible to SANIRE members. So you can get your learning material there. Another part of the process was to review the learning material for rock engineering, make sure it's up to date, and also identify gaps, for which we've identified 3. They are there: hydrogeology, drilling and blasting, geotechnical data collection and analysis. We are yet to commission service providers to develop modules on those 3 topics. The geotech data and collection module is actually already developed. It's just waiting the Rock Engineering Technical Committee and SANIRE to comment on it. We've also managed to obtain strata control material from the MQA. We've also loaded that on the LMS, so it is accessible, SANIRE members. And then what is outstanding for us to do is to develop a module for frontline supervisors, just to raise the awareness on how to better manage false front from that point of view. Pillar 4 is policy issues, and I always complain. You know why? Because this is the pillar that the Minerals Council does not have total control at the speed with which we execute things there. Because policy, we have what we call the Mine Health and Safety Council, where there's organized labor and the DMRE or the state with us representing the mines. We review policies there, we review regulations there. So we had asked that a MOSEC committee of the MHSC reviews the guidelines for the mandatory code of practice for mitigation of geotechnical risks. The review is complete, colleagues. We have been waiting for the Chief Inspector of Mines to sign it into implementation. It's something that keeps me awake. Every chance I get at MHSC, I make noise about me. Trust me, because I'm sick of standing here year in, year out and saying it's complete, it's not yet signed. Same with the finalization of the review of Chapter 2 regulations, because we were looking for revised appointments and responsibilities for rock engineers. That is also finished. It must just still be approved at MREC. And then the last part under policy, we wanted to review the SAMRA's Forms 3 that deals with investigation of force of ground accidents, because we want them to ask for details that will enable a better analysis so we can get as close as practically possible to the root causes of force of ground fatalities there. So the SAMRA system is the state's, the DMRE system. It is, the custodian of the DMRE is the custodian. So we have very little influence onto it. So we thought, let's bring those forms into the Minerals Council's safety data system, isometrics, which is up and running, but the challenge is that we are feeding information there manually. So we are still getting into conversations with the mining industry of how we can intercept the individual mining safety data system so we can automatically get the data from there. Pillar 5 is dealing with how we can create an enabling environment. First of all, what is an enabling environment? What constitutes an enabling environment? What are the elements that are critical? When you get to your workplace, what are the elements you check out for to see if that environment is enabling or not, right? So rock engineers have also done some work in that regard, and the chairperson of the Rock Engineering Technical Committee will tell you all about it. Today I'm excited, we are launching, I call it the EE app, Enabling Environment Application. So pillar 6 is the last one, colleagues. Here we are just saying we need to monitor the performance. We've been given 46 million. We need to see some results, right, and report them to the people that funded the projects. So we are using the Force of Round MOSH adoption team to help us monitor how many mines have adopted underground lighting, how many mines have put in permanent mesh. And so that we do. We also monitor consecutive force of ground fatality-free calendar days, just so we can have a sense, because how do you manage what you don't monitor, what you don't measure, right? So that's that. And then another very important reason for this pillar is for us to account to you the progress we are making with the money, 46 million that you have given us to implement Fogap. And here we are today, right? And the last one is that we are also trying to raise awareness about the various initiatives that we are within the Fogap program, so that I hope you go back to your mining companies, make noise about them, and if they are relevant, adopt them. So we have a quarterly newsletter that we held off from publishing in the 4 months, because we wanted to focus the newsletter on this enabling environment application that we are going to be launching later today. I'm so sorry. Ring that bell. Oh, in shame. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Lerato, for that overview. Colleagues, next we're going to hear a success story from Anglo Platinum, highlighting Pillar 1 of Fogap. Sifiso Bashile will be sharing Dishaba's adoption journey on both illumination and permanent nets. But I think while he's coming up on stage, we just want to also acknowledge our online colleagues. We're currently sitting at 63 online participants. So yes, thank you. Sfiso.
Currently here on 16 level, 1649A crosscut. We are serious about safety. Because of the things that happened last year, we don't want to lag behind. So we are going into the yield impacts to go and see whether the in-stock lights, how the in-stock lights are working, how we put on the blast-on mesh. All this is part of our turnaround strategy of 2025 in this area.
The adoption of the in-stope light as well as the blast-on mesh, it was not an easy thing to adopt. But considering our aim, where we say we want all employees, all colleagues to return home on a daily basis to their loved ones unharmed, we looked and we realized that the amount of injuries that are Fogap related, there were many. Hence this adoption of the blast-on mesh.
And the blast-on mesh that we are talking about is that mesh that we are talking about. We are using it every day. We don't take it out. Then when we are drilling or blasting, if there is a rock that we want to fail, we control it. Then after that, then we install another one.
Ever since we used blast-on mesh, we've never had any fall of ground incident. So we are able to keep the rocks where they are supposed to be with our blast-on mesh.
This is the in-stop light. It's the light that we are talking about there at the waiting place, that we can show us the in-stop light inside the panel. Then normally after the early entry examination, then we prepare the face, we install our in-stop light. Also the in-stop light, we take it out, we put it to the safe area because can be damaged by the blast. Then tomorrow again, we take it in when we are working in the panel.
We've reduced the number of slip and falls that we had, mainly because we've got enough illumination in our stopes. So the guys are able to do what is right because they are seeing the environment, clearly seeing the environment in which they are working in. We are saving a lot of lives daily in our mines because of the use of blast-on mesh and our in-stope light.
Employees are coming to say, we really appreciate the adoption of this blast-on mesh. And for one like me, I'm really fascinated when employees appreciate what has been rolled out.
I feel so proud because it shows that really our management, he have care about us. Zero harm. Zero harm.
Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Sifiso Mashile. I'm the Chief Rock Engineer for the Impala Platinum mine. I'm under belt Anglo Platinum Valterra. Perhaps most of you would know me as also the SANIRE National Treasurer. But today I'm here on a banner of talking about our success journey with regards to blast-on mesh. And I'm going to touch briefly as well on in-stope lights. Just a quick overview of my presentation. Obviously, I'll tell you about the location of Amandabelt operations, the Shaba specifically. I'm going to talk about the in-stope lights, and I'm just going to delve into the two systems that we have available. Then I want to talk briefly now in terms of the background in our blast-on mesh journey. I'm going to talk critical success factors. I'm going to talk to our fall-of-ground management journey, just an overview. I'm going to talk to the challenges that we have faced. I'm also obviously going to talk to the benefits that we have seen rolling out the blast-on mesh, as well as its impact on production. Early days, some data is coming in there, and then I'm going to talk compliance monitoring and some places that we, as the Shaba Mine, think that they need further development. Mandelbrot, we are obviously in the BIC as well, Bushveld Igneous Complex, exploiting PGMs, and located up north of the western limb. In terms of the in-stop lights, my intention is just to share 2 slides on the in-stop lights, then I'll dwell mostly on the blast-on mesh. Currently, we do have our in-stop lights, what we call them the strip lights, where we have seen, as a team, that I think Lerato spoke to it. We've had our colleagues come to us to tell us that, we are now able to see clearly, much better. We move in the panel in a better way. We've reduced on the slip and fall and trips incidents. And I think the safety element that Lerato spoke to, from the stakeholders as well as WIM as well, to say, there's a lot of safety that comes with the working place being much more lighter. And I think this, for us, really taps into the realm that I think our manager, Rian, will delve into, which is about enabling environment. Okay. I did mention that I want to talk to 2 systems. So the initial system I spoke to briefly was, in essence, strip lights. However, what we've seen with that previous system is that you would have some challenges when you're doing entry examination, because with the strip lights, you are not able to install them before you conduct your entry examination. So to overcome that challenge, we've got what we call the safety light. This light really allows you to conduct the entry examination whilst having the in-stop lights installed. And we know as an industry that most of our injuries, especially fall of ground related, you will incur them during the entry, examination, and barring process. So these lights, they will help you to obviously overcome the challenge. We've done a bulk trial. We've seen it works. So for us, it's something that really we've really endorsed. Then I think this is where I really want to spend some time, my time, Lerato, before the ball, in terms of our blast-on mesh journey. So we made the decisions, obviously, around 2022 in December, where we had management support saying, okay, we are going to roll over to blast-on mesh. And around 2023, we were done doing the rollout, and I can tell you that was just the beginning, because from then, 2023, it was a continuous journey of learning, improvement, changes, and etc. Okay, this slide is quite important because it did tell you our journey and really the key factors that assisted us in winning this journey. I think it was Bernard who spoke about change management. For me, I see this slide as really how we manage the change towards obviously adopting and implementing blast-on mesh. Where did we start? We started with the work. So there were rock engineers set together, did the rock mass analysis, understood the behavior of the rock mass, the impact of the structure, and then obviously looking at previous database, force of ground, and we have seen, that the risk at our mine, it does call for an aerial coverage support between the installed support. Then the next step was obviously now to get the commitment from our leadership, which I must mention, this is so key. And I'm glad I'm seeing obviously leaders today here, because if your mine is going to be adopting or going onto a blast-on mesh journey, leadership is at the core in terms of making the decision and actually supporting the team. The next step that we moved to, vital as well, was obviously bringing now our stakeholders with us to that journey, because you will not obviously go alone. I think Lerato said here, if you want to go, if you want to win, what was that nice comment, Lerato? Go walk alone. So it is a team, thank you. It is a team effort. We brought in our stakeholders, unions, full-time health safety reps, and obviously other departments that obviously are related to that work. We work together to make sure that we all understand what is the vision. The next step concerned, obviously, project resourcing, and again, I'm emphasizing on the change management component. Very vital for us, we found it fit that we actually get the services of a fully qualified rock engineer to lead this project. So we had a fully dedicated resource working as a project manager, managing this work for us. And this is simply because we understand that rock engineers at the operation are busy, engaged in other work. We didn't want to make our adoption of Blaston Mesh that other thing. It was the priority, it was properly resourced. To an extent that we actually got trainers, 6 underground trainers that were fully dedicated to this work. And I mean, there was a lot of work putting together a video for training of our people, as well as I think a critical component that I must mention is obviously the testing, the trialing, the drop tests, you know, to make sure that the mesh that you want to adopt meets your design criteria. And then we got now to do the work in terms of rollout. And this was a structured rollout, so we had a proper schedule, tracking, who has been trained, who still needs material, you know, all those nitty-gritties, properly scheduled, where is the material going, but because we had resourced the plan properly with a rock engineer, we knew that this could be nicely tracked. And I think I want to mention, perhaps as a departing part from this slide, that we had weekly reviews with senior management, being involved in tracking the progress, in asking what are the challenges, and also addressing the feedback that came from underground. So that's your biggest leverage as well, because there will be feedback that comes from the crew. So we took that feedback, we integrated it back to the plan, and made improvements. Okay, just want to take you through our fall of ground journey, and obviously, I pulled this back up till 2011. And I think it's evident if you look at the graph here. You know, it's been a journey, and for all intents and purposes, Amandelbult has been one of those leading minds in terms of adopting MOSH practices. In some cases, we even came up with some of the practices. But you can see the journey throughout. I think for me, what I want to point out is obviously we can see, it's evident on the graph there that when we brought in Blaston Mesh, there's a big change, you know, in the fall of ground space. I mean, taking for last year, we had 8 falls of ground. And when you go and look in that bunch of 8 falls of ground, 8 of them are hypos in the back areas, you know, tunnels and etc. The ones that we found in the face area or in the stop area, 2 of the actually serious injuries came from the sidewall. You know, that tells you that now, because we've rolled out Blaston Mesh, there's a shift in the paradigm from a risk point of view. You know, because now you've got obviously your hanging wall mostly covered with mesh, and then we're looking now at risk from the sidewall. Okay, and I think perhaps it is worth mentioning that, I mean, for the Shaba mine, for the financial year of 2025, you know, we've not had to deal with a fall of ground incident. You know. Okay, another important slide, I said challenges. Because for me, this is now the most important thing that you're going to have. Usually, people are told only about the challenges of Blaston Mesh, but I want us to go through these 8 points. First one, I already emphasized on it on the journey slide, leadership support. I think I don't want to labor that point anymore. Cost discussions, I think where we came from really was not looking at unit cost, because if you go and look at unit cost, you're going to say, yeah, per square meter that I'm mining, it is a lot. But what we presented to our management was a business case to say, you know, when you implement this product, then this is how much benefits you are going to get. And you'll see, I'll show you in the benefits as well. Stakeholder support, very fundamental. Take your unions with you, take your safety department. You know, there's also your sciences, that forms part of that team. Point number 4, for me, this is actually the beginning of it all. The communication. We really leverage in all our resources for communication. We use our department for communication. We spoke to you know, the systems that have been installed at the mine, whether it's TV screens, it's feed, it's plaster boards, so that the people were made aware of what we want to do and what is the benefit. You know, so we really pushed to drive the narrative there. Change management, I've spoken to that. CFTs, really, I'm talking to here is, you know, in a mine, you've got technical services departments, leverage on your geology, on your grade, and etc. They will assist you identifying challenges underground and also giving you support. Underground feedback, again, it can be a challenge if you are not ready, because you will get criticized, you will get feedback from the crews. You need to embrace that feedback, no matter how harsh it is. Take it, work on it. What we've learned as a mine is that most of the points that were coming actually from the men on the face is what brought this success. Because they told us, Lapa, we do it like this. And we actually made those changes to our mesh, or to our design, or to our procedure and systems. And then progress monitoring, I'll have a slide to talk to that portion in detail. So let's talk benefits. Really, I've got a few pictures here, but the message that I want to get across is the fact that obviously fall of ground prevention is a given. And we've seen some success stories where, we had the blast on mesh and it actually assists us. But another component that is very vital, it was actually highlighted by a manager when we went on night shift to check the blast on mesh, was that now you have got your night shift crew working under a complete cover of mesh. We know if you don't have that, then you do have that exposure on night shift where people are trying to clean and they get too close to the area that you've blasted. So that was one of the biggest benefits. The impact on entry examination. We actually had one of our mining graduates here doing a study on this, and we saw that not only do you shorten the length of, obviously, the entry examination process, because you've got most of the area covered by mesh, but the diligence of barring improves, because one now has got some 1.5 maximum 2 meter strip of the face that he actually has to bar diligently. So we've seen that that has improved drastically our quality of barring. Most fall of ground reports, the rock engineers will tell me here, they always say poor quality of barring. So that leveraged that point. Easy to handle. This came from the crews telling us from underground to say, look, we like this. I think I've seen at some point we're rolling out one stope and the crews from the other stope were starting to take the mesh. And he said, whoa, you guys have not been trained. They said, hey, Chinabuka, this thing is easy, it's light, and we put it only once, we don't have to remove it. So that was, for us, obviously, a good telltale that we're in the right direction. Big lever, review on your tap procedures. Remember, various mines have got various codes for tap, but now once you introduce the blast on mesh, what we've seen, and you'll see in some data later, was that even what we considered maybe medium or higher risk prior to blast on mesh, it was then revised. Look, I can continue on the benefits. There are so many. Mining discipline, I think it was again Bernard talking about, focusing on the basics. With blast on mesh, you need a straight face shape. So then the mining discipline there, just was brought back, because we said to the manager, if you don't have a straight face shape, then you're going to have to install piece of this thing. And the manager said, I'm not doing that. Then we got our discipline right. I think last thing I want to mention on the benefits, I'm very excited, I think you can tell, is obviously now we're transitioning to looking into our tunnels. And the biggest lever here has been on the secondary support cost, where now we are integrating the mesh into the primary support installation process, therefore cutting the process of having somebody else coming doing secondary support. Not only are you saving on material, but you're also saving on contractor cost. Maybe let me just clarify, revisiting abandoned areas. What we had here was an opportunity now, because we've got a good support system that we see works for those areas in the past that we had left because there was fallout in between support, to now we managed to also mine those blocks of ground, which obviously improves our efficiencies. Then really this initial stages, this is now data coming up as we monitor the progress, but we are seeing that, the loss blast just associated by bed ground, 24% reduction from 2023 to 2024. Loss blast due to people waiting for a specialized team via TAP, definite reduction. Loss blast related to rolling reef. This, for people who know the northern limb of the Western Bushveld, they know that the reef there is rolling quite severely. Look at that reduction there, because literally we're stopping panels each and every time to come and deal with that. Now you've got blast on mesh, less challenges in that aspect. And I think I've spoken to the change in our TAP procedures. Compliance monitoring, very vital. My advice is from the onset, During the rollout phase, you need to implement a system to measure your compliance, and it needs to be clear. In our case, we've got a bucket. I think you can see now in my bucket that it involves mostly, the MOSH practices that we're monitoring very closely and seeing where there's issues. Then we use our trainers to come back and actually assist here. Like I said, we've made alignment with our SHE department, safety department, in their checklist, blast on mesh, and all those other initiatives are already incorporated there. So my advice is just make sure that you do it from the onset. Areas for further development, and I think really this is a journey. It's already been said, it's a journey. We believe that we have not arrived, but we have obviously moved the dial, and what we're now looking forward to is some development in this space. For an example, we get a lot of non-compliances around the clipping of the mesh, because obviously you need to have to clip each and every aperture. And we believe that there could be some work, somebody here or somewhere can be assisting people to deal with that. We've seen blast damage, more especially on the mesh, more especially at the toe of the panel. We find that our mesh is beautiful from the top up until the toe, and there's been some proposal on how to deal with that. So that I think for me that is one space that we also need to work on. Mesh damage in the gullies. What we've seen with this one is that, if you have a lot of ore, if your gully is locked up with broken ore, then you tend to have obviously challenges with the mesh being damaged in the gullies. But also there's been some work being done, but I think it's one space that can really be improved. I think really, as I'm about to go off the stage, the fundamental question that one would want to ask, looking at the two pictures here, before and when we have the blast on mesh, do we really want to go back? And the answer is no. We would rather stick to the picture on the right, and the picture on the left is our past. Thank you so much.
For sharing. Thank you, Sfiso, for sharing. And I think of importance is you highlighted the importance of leadership commitment and multi-stakeholder engagement in ensuring successful adoption of the leading practice. Who was you?
Colleagues, I'm just anxious of the time, so I wonder if you would be too angry with me if I kill the Q&A. Eh? Can we just proceed to the next speaker? How strongly do you feel about questioning people? I thank you very much, Sfiso. I thank you. I have a lot of respect for companies that are willing to stand here and be vulnerable and say, this is our challenge. This is the number of colleagues we've lost, and this is what we are doing to try and face it. So thank you very much. Colleagues, the next speaker is Lawrence Skeppers, and I'm quite excited to learn how his organization, Sibanye Stillwater, is using illumination or lighting as a means to communicate. Last night I was thinking, is it like the robots, traffic lights? Because I know when it's green, it says, go. Red, stop. I never know what to do with the ember. So Lawrence, please, I'm so excited to learn how you use lighting to communicate. Thank you.
Can you hear me? So I'm old school. I'm used to having something to hold on to keep steady. So this is new. Also, I did sports my whole school career. I never managed to land on the podium, so happy for that. So this is a work in progress. So right from the start, don't go out there now and say, they are doing that. This is what we have started. So the story starts with in-stope lights. But you've already heard something about in-stope lights, so I'm not going to repeat it. That's an illumination discussion. But we identified an opportunity with in-stope lights that's not related to illumination. So I'm going to talk a bit about seismic event withdrawal. So Bernard, we still have seismicity at Kloof and Driefontein, and adult diapers are not frowned upon anymore. So one of the important items when we talk about seismic withdrawal is maybe why. The intention today is not to explain that. All I'm going to say is in 5 years, maybe there's only been 2 occasions where we saved lives, but we did. So at this point, we do withdraw when there's a big seismic event. I'll take you a bit into these words like withdrawal radius, and then importantly, some communication constraints associated with that. Rian, you're going to have to just bring me a bit of water, please, man. And then I'll circle back to in-stope lights. So when a large seismic event occurs, the event is processed, so all the words, thank you, man. All the words in red, I will talk a little bit more about. And as soon as the event location is reported, the event location is shown on screens, we call it big screens, in different offices and in the control room. And that event location goes together with a yellow withdrawal radius, like you can see there. That withdrawal radius indicates where there's a zone that would have experienced high PPV, peak particle velocity. But that talks about when the seismic waves interacts with your excavation, the velocity at which that interaction is taking place. You could also talk about peak particle acceleration if you wanted to, but PPV is sort of a well-known term in the rock engineering fraternity. And then once you know where the seismic event occurred, where the zone of high peak particle velocities have been identified, you instruct the crews inside that zone to withdraw. And that's maybe where the communication will come in the discussion. Good. So just talking about what is a large seismic event, what is high PPV. So there's let's point there. You can't see the pointer. So there's a formula there that's just to make you, close down like at school. You see a formula that's used to calculate the relationship between event magnitude, peak particle velocity, and distance. So that refers to distance from the source. And the graph then represents what that formula is telling you. So what you can see on the y-axis is PPV, peak particle velocity. Note it is a log scale, so you'll go 1, 10, 100, 1,000, okay? And on the horizontal axis, there's distance from the source. And you can see that for different magnitudes, explained in the different colors, where the far left one is a 0.5 and the far right one is a magnitude 4, that you can get to the same peak particle velocity for different magnitudes, but at different distances from the source. So if you have a relatively small event, it's a short distance from the source of the event, that you will experience those certain level of peak particle velocities. What you should also know is, if you are really close to the source, actually all seismic events have high peak particle velocities that can cause damage. So when you talk damage potential of a seismic event, it's not necessarily the magnitude that's the only discussion, it's actually location, location, location. So if you can somehow be slightly remote from the source, you probably have a good chance of surviving. The 60 that I've highlighted there, that is our threshold number. So the yellow radius is based on a peak particle velocity calculated by formula of 60 and above. So when you've experienced PPVs of 60 and more, you're in the yellow circle and you have to withdraw. I remind you, this is a calculated number based on a formula. So there's the communications discussion. So there's a seismic event. Those red lines indicate the geophones that took part in the location of the event. So they have to experience the event and then communicate to the seismometer that now decides whether there's a seismic event or not. It gets associated, then it goes to modem and onto the mine network, up the shaft, communicate to surface. Then there's the seismic infrastructure, service and communication tools and so on. In our case, that then gets communicated, the raw data, to AMMSA in Stellenbosch. They actually have people all over the world with different time frames that can process any time of the day. They get to a location, gets communicated back to our seismic surface infrastructure on the mine. And now you know where the event is and who experienced high PPVs. Now you have to communicate to the crew underground that you want to withdraw them. So obviously in the boardroom where they've got these screens, they can see, they can react, they start phoning. Was that a bell? No. They start phoning down. You can only get hold of someone if he's at the phone. So the phone's in the waiting place, the whole crew's in the stope, maybe you don't get hold of anyone. So to get around that, the crews get trained. If you feel an event or hear it, you think there's been an event, send someone to the waiting place, phone to the control room. They will then tell you whether there was an event or not and whether we should withdraw or not. Now that process is quite lengthy and you may have had your aftershocks already in that time period, but still that's our current process. So you can understand that there's significant risk in this whole communication, in addition to the fact that it's slow. There's risk in losing communication in that area. Okay, so can we find a way to actually zone in onto the stope area itself and be able to make calls on withdrawal right there and not have this whole system? So enters the circle back to in-stope lights. I'm not sure if someone will be able to play the little video there for me. What you're looking at in there, under the rock, there's an accelerometer. That's a cheap accelerometer. That's prior to installing it into the hole, okay? And it is connected to the roll of in-stope lights, about to be installed in the stope. We don't let it lie around there. But this is just testing prior to installation, okay? And play it again. You'll see a guy just with a chisel whacking. And within a second, you get a dim and bright on the on your in-stope lights. So we can set the threshold for PPV on the control box to the accelerometer. So we set it to 60. So now, when that accelerometer experiences PPV at the stope, measured, not calculated, it can make those lights go dim and bright. And then through training, you can tell the crew, okay, so when that happens, you've experienced high PPV, you have to withdraw, and obviously you can now go and phone to confirm with the control room as well. Next one. No, I'm in control. So there's a there's a schematic of that, so you can see, you can't see on this thing, it doesn't shine bright enough. So there's the in-stope lights installed in the face, and for our in-stope lights, we get power from the galley winch. We've got an enclosure there with the communication to the accelerometer. That accelerometer is so small, maybe I'll show you just now, that you can fit it into a normal jump hole. So you don't have to take special machine in there. You drill a short hole, and you can install the accelerometer in that hole. And that communicates to this control box that you can't see now, but I've got them named there. So there's the lights flasher control box, there's the power supply, and there's the data logger for the accelerometer. And now you've got full communication. That's what the accelerometer looks like. Next to it, there's a pencil, just for size. It fits in a small hole. So what we're saying is we can piggyback on the standard in-stope lights. We just add this equipment to it. The flash control box is added. It's a cheap accelerometer. Different people have different views of cheap. It's 8,000 rands more or less. To us, that's cheap in terms of when you talk seismic infrastructure. I've already explained the accelerometer is connected to the data logger. It's contained in the enclosure, threshold set to 60 millimeters a second. You experience that ground movement, we get dim and bright, and based on the training, you will now withdraw. So there's a significantly reduced risk of communication failure for the guys in terms of withdrawal. By the way, it's also possible to, from surface, send a message to the control box and make it go dim and bright in any case. So if the miner overseer needs to talk to his miner, he can send a message down to the light unit, and you have to now just use a different way of dim and bright or different color. We'll develop that. But you can now communicate with the people in the stope to say, hey, go and call the miner overseer, he's looking for you. Okay, thank you.
Lawrence.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Oh, no, you have to hop on the
this thing
stage so
over
you
my
can
head.
Oh, okay. Let me do
hop
that.
on the stage so it can be nicely pictured.
Oh,
Did you capture that?
Let's
Wait,
capture.
no, he says wait. No, I love pictures.
I hate pictures.
Thank you,
Wait,
Lawrence.
give it back there. You want it.
Colleagues, I think the next session is just a Mentimeter session, just to make sure you don't sleep, because you know most PowerPoint, right? So Vusi is going to run, and with who? Please show the questions. This is your session. Use a mic. Hey, it's my umbrella. This one.
It's on.
Yeah, with the gift. No, it's just about the theme.
Good morning, colleagues. Like Lerato has indicated, my name is Vusi Tobela, also from the Mineral Council's Falls of Ground team and the MOSH. Now we're going to, in this session, we're going to have a practice Mentimeter. We just want to familiarize the colleagues with the Mentimeter. It is very, very important that we participate in this Mentimeter, because the insights that you will be gathering, the more colleagues participate, it gives, you know, more gravity and and weight to the insights, then we can be able to, to understand the objectives of the questions. You can scan with your smartphone. Just scan with your smartphone, and it will take you to the site. The first 3 questions are just we'll be asking you simple questions, just to to get you into the mood of the Mentimeter. Are we good? We can proceed. Okay, colleagues, there are the questions. I hope the colleagues online are also participating. We encourage them to also participate. Colleagues, we can do more. Those who are not participating, please participate. We are approximately 250, including the colleagues online. Please participate. Just over 200. Yeah. All right, thank you very much. I think the response gives a true reflection of the score. It was 2-0 for those 6 that missed it and the 21 that missed it. The score was 2-0. Now we're going to go to another QR code. If you can change. Okay, yeah. Did you know about the Fogap before this event? Most of the colleagues, they knew. only 25 never knew, and hopefully now they know. So most of the colleagues, they know about Fogap. Thank you. We can proceed to the next one. Is Fogap program contributing to the falls of ground safety? I just hope somebody did not press by mistake and say this. No. Obviously, most of the colleagues, they believe and agree that the Fogap program is indeed contributing to safety. I think we have the last one, if we can proceed. What is the reason for improved falls of ground safety in the South African mining industry? Select 3. Most of the colleagues believe permanent nets are a contributing factor, early entry, examination and barring, behavioral and cultural change seem to loom large. So it seems as if behavioral and cultural change takes the lead, followed by early entry examination and barring, and lastly, permanent nets. Colleagues, thank you for this, participating in this. We still have another one. Okay. What role are you playing to make falls of ground improvements sustainable? You may choose 2. Compliance seems to be taking the lead there. Followed by adoption of leading practices. It's a tie between compliance and adoption of leading practices. So compliance followed by adoption of leading practices. Thank you. Colleagues, thank you very much for participating on this Mentimeter. This was just a warm-up. There will be, further down our program, there will be other two Mentimeters, and I would encourage you to participate because the insights of your answers, they will really assist us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vusi.
Vusi. Oh, you can go with it.
Colleagues, it's currently 10:35. We're gonna break for coffee until 11. If we can all be gathered and seated at 11, please.
Yeah, but before you leave, I am asking for all the speakers to come for a photo session. So, Date Barnati, Sfiso, and Lawrence. Please. I love pictures. I love pictures.
You're going to give me another
Fine, okay. Colleagues, where's the bell, Vel? Madam, tlisa yona bell. Colleagues, please let's settle down so we can proceed with the program. Colleagues, are we ready to proceed with the program? Next up on stage is Madini Mulaudzi. Madini is my colleague at the Minerals Council. He's a Fogap project coordinator, and he's going to share the outcomes of the exoskeleton. What assessment? There's a word. Simulation, okay. Exoskeleton simulation at Sibanye Stillwater from the Medical Test Center. Like I had said earlier on that the next phase of the project will be to take it underground. So Madini can come. Yeah.
Good morning. Is this still morning? Yeah, I think so. Morning, everyone. As my boss briefly introduced me, I go by the name of Madini Murauzi, and my title is Project Assistant within Fogap. But if I were to describe myself, which is really hard to actually describe yourself, I see it a lot, you know, when you have to write your CV and all of that. I think I would describe myself as a mechanical project engineer in safety and advocacy within the mining industry. Thank you, thank you. And then before I go into my presentation, which by the way, this initiative is one that I am coordinating within Fogap. So I'm essentially not the main event. The main event is the video, although I do acknowledge the fact that I decided to shine today. You know, to look a little bit like, you know, some of our commodities. You know, 21. And in 2021, barring the activity or barring or bringing down rock after blasting, right, was identified as a problematic task. And this is reflective of, you know, the statistics on that year, where barring contributed about 30% of activities conducted when FOG fatalities occurred, or incidents that resulted in fatalities. So Fogap just decided to then undertake a mission to identify various ways to make barring safer. And Lerato has spoken to the fact that we looked at about 4 different types of technologies, where exoskeletons essentially came out at the top with the most promising potential to possibly improve, you know, the safety around barring. So essentially this presentation will highlight the entire journey that we took from identifying exoskeletons as a potential solution to where we are now. That's where I'll also show you guys a video of the latest tests that were done at Sibanye. So going into understanding exoskeletons, like what are they? You know, so these are normally wearable strength enhancing suits, And they are generally used in various factories. As you can see there, in the first picture, a lady is wearing an arm support exoskeleton. The guy is holding a tool handling exoskeleton. The other one is a back support. The other one is a leg support. And then finally, it's a full body exoskeleton that's normally powered by some kind of battery or something. So arm support exoskeletons were found to be the most suitable for the barring activity, because of course we don't have off-the-shelf exoskeletons for barring, so we have to look at the closest ones. So arm supports are normally used in the automotive industry for people holding their arms high up for long periods of time. So we wanted to take these ones and just try to see if there's any potential if there was some potential, then we would possibly then look at developing or partnering with someone who would develop something unique and adapted for the barring task. So how would this assist or how would this essentially improve safety underground? So hypothetically, by enhancing someone's strength, you reduce the fatigue throughout the shift, and you also potentially, they can hold then a longer bar, and they can then position themselves at least further away from the barred rock, right? That's the whole idea, essentially. So definitely this will improve the quality, or it could improve the quality, the safety, and of course the efficiency of the task. So I will then look at the journey from 2023 when we started, looking at the capability of the off-the-shelf technology, the arm support technology. So in 2022, 2023, we partnered with RIS to go through exoskeleton research, where we wanted to look at the technology that's out there, and based on criteria that we had set out, we then narrowed down those technologies in terms of technologies that would survive underground, and affordability, and many others that you will see in the video, right? So then 8 potential commercially available exoskeletons were shortlisted. And then from there, we went on to procurement, which comes to the fact that we then ended up procuring 4 of those 8 exoskeletons. And Lerato has mentioned that all of them were procured internationally. So currently, we don't have capabilities of producing things like this locally. So then from procuring them, we then needed to start testing them. Lerato also spoke to this one. So at UJ, we managed to test about only 2 of the 4 exoskeletons, and we had about 6 participants, and the aim there was to actually see if this technology would eventually or actually enhance its strength or not. Before we can take it underground, it had to show that it does, in fact, improve someone's strength. So the outcomes from that were that exoskeletons really do indeed reduce muscle activation, implying that it increases strength and the endurance of the miners. Then from that, from the UJ tests, we then moved on to, we partnered with Sibanye, obviously, and we appreciate Sibanye for standing up towards, pioneering, is it pioneering? Yeah, this type of technology. So then Sibanye said they cannot take this technology underground immediately. It still needs to prove viability or feasibility in a surface-based barring simulation, which is essentially simulates the activity that is done underground without being underground, right? So 11 participants were involved in that one. At least there was a higher number from the UJ. And then there were 2 exoskeletons that were tested. And then the outcomes from there were positive, right? 70% positive, but inconclusive due to the fact that the sample size was too small. Then we decided to say, okay, let's extend the tests. Let's do more tests. We did tests right now, beginning of February, and luckily we received the report before this event. So the tests at Sibanye, where the aim was to repeat it with more participants, essentially. So to make the results more reliable, I guess. So then 24 participants were involved, 2 exoskeletons tested. However, one of the 2 exoskeletons that were tested in the preliminary tests were substituted by another. So we essentially tested a total of 3 exoskeletons at Sibanye, which was great news. And then from the tests, the final test that we did, 75% showed that 75% of the participants showed some improvement on one or both exoskeletons. And this is important to understand because we were not running a competition between exoskeletons. What we were essentially doing was to try and see if the technology, the concept, would be viable, before we then take it underground or before we partner with the supplier to make a unique or a fit-for-purpose product. Then going into some details of the tests that were done, it was a simulated environment consisting about 10 holes. So if this was the barring environment, there would be like 10 holes from here to there at different heights, and someone would then bar like this. And then that would be counted as one lap, right? And then the participants had to conduct multiple laps going up and down like that, barring, right? But then the test duration was kept at 10 minutes. Heart rates were measured continuously. Productivity and efficiency metrics were calculated. The tests were done 3 times. First time to measure the baseline without the exoskeleton. Second time with exoskeleton 1. Third time with exoskeleton 2. And just to put your minds at ease, between each test, participants were allowed about 30 minutes resting time, and their heart rates were monitored to ensure that they are normal before they go into another test, and they were in a controlled environment. I think now is the time for that video. So essentially, this is Pillar 2, Research and Development, Exoskeleton at Sibanye Stillwater, and enjoy.
One of the theories is that people get very tired during barring activities, which can impact on the quality of the barring, as well as your alertness, how aware you are of your surroundings. As you know, when you do exercise, when you get tired, you start losing focus, and you're more prone to making mistakes. So the theory is, if we can give someone a tool, in this case an exoskeleton, it should improve the quality of the barring, but also people can maintain their focus and alertness so they don't make a mistake or enter into an unsafe area.
So we are currently testing the exoskeletons. We have 2, a hypo and a hypotone exoskeleton, and we use the boring simulation to measure the effectiveness of these exoskeletons on barring performance. So to measure the physiological strain responses and to measure the performance of this work, we use the Polar H10 heart rate belt, people wear it during the assessment, and the data is real time actually displayed on our mobile application. And then we have an automatic upload function that goes to our software system, where the system uses mathematical calculations to indicate proficiency and productivity rates. And then that can be then used to compare the baseline results with exoskeleton performances.
The criteria was that people doing barring should be able to wear it without introducing additional risk into the system. So it had to fit various body types. Considering the harsh conditions underground, so we didn't go for anything electronic in the start. We said it has to be simple, preferably mechanical. So, because you don't want something that breaks every second day. It's got to last underground, and as you know, conditions underground are very harsh. So that was the main criteria that we considered. And then obviously price was an issue. There's a range of exoskeletons in the market. Some are very expensive, so price was a consideration initially. And then which companies out there was willing to provide us with samples that we could include in this tests.
I recommend go di crew kaofela le sebanye go di fielding tse ding hore ba e sebedise, because it's light. Ya kgona like go sebetsa o ka kgona go e sebedisa le wena e be easy wena o be quick due to le yona ya sister ka eng ka di adjustment ya matla.
So if this proves to be successful for barring, it opens up an avenue to explore other opportunities to use exoskeletons within the mining industry. So thank you to the Sibanye management for making this possible.
Indeed, colleagues, once again, thank you to the Sibanye leadership for making this possible. So some of the observations that were made during the tests were that participants recorded or reported discomfort during assessments, resulting in frequent adjustments while they're busy barring. That's normally due to the fact that the procured exoskeletons were samples and they're not one size fits all. So obviously some body types will fit well with that particular size, some body types won't. And then the second thing was that participants still utilize some strength to bring back their arms down, during barring. So we don't essentially know how much of their energy they use in that, but it is just something worth noting, observing. And then, but however, one thing positive is that lifting the pinch bar for extended periods of time was much easier with the exoskeletons versus when you don't have an exoskeleton on. So going into the actual results, so what you see here is efficiency improvement from baseline. So on the vertical axis, that's percentage improvement. Horizontal axis is the subjects. The blue color is exoskeleton 1, orange color exoskeleton 2. So essentially, anything above the x-axis shows a positive experience or improvement. Anything below shows negative experience, right? So essentially, the range of improvement was, for exoskeleton 1, was between -25 to about 44%. And then for exoskeleton 2 was between -34 and 31%. Yeah, I'll then, okay, I'll then move on to quickly. So on this one, same vertical improvement, percentage improvement, horizontal participants, and this one is production improvement from baseline. The range of improvement for EXO 1, -49 to 90%. And then EXO 2 was -55 to 63%. And the more important results that I wanted to show is this one, the table. So this table essentially gives you a comparison between the preliminary test and extended tests in terms of average performance. So first of all, I'll focus on Exoskeleton A, which is one of the exos we used in the initial tests, and we decided not to proceed with it. We replaced it with Exo 1, and you can evidently see there on the results that this exoskeleton was not suited for what we were doing. So then coming to comparison between Exo 2 and from preliminary and extended tests, so it performed 7.3% in terms of efficiency in the first test, and then dropped down on the second test. However, we are more willing to trust the second test because there's more a sample size there. And then also in terms of productivity improvement, 7.5 compared to 9.2%. That's a significant improvement. And then between Exoskeleton 1 and 2, that's just when you start looking at that, you're looking at differences in quality of products towards, this barring. So I would interpret this by saying, okay, Exo 2 is much more suited for this barring activity compared to Exo 1, but that's just politics. So essentially, let me just move on to conclusions. So definitely there's an improvement in productivity and efficiency where fitting was not an issue, adjustments and all of that. So effective integration into mining operations will certainly require substantial redesign. We cannot use these exos as they are for barring. They will certainly need to be adapted to be fit for purpose for the underground barring environment. And then the average improvement, as you saw, ranged from 4 to 9%. And certainly this indicate or signifies that a fit for purpose design could potentially lead to more improvement than just that. If you are able to achieve about 10% with something that's not designed for that thing, then if you design the thing for the task, there's potential for more improvement. And then in terms of way forward, the Sibanye colleagues aim to take the tests underground in a controlled environment as part of a change management risk assessment, just to see how people will react to the technology. Do they like it underground or not? And then also, we are also going to be partnering with willing suppliers to design fit-for-purpose exoskeletons. And with that, colleagues, that is all from me, and I thank you.
Thank you, Madini. Colleagues, up next, we are proud to present the Impala team, the proud recipient of the 2024 Mine Safe MOSH FOG Award. Impala's journey was characterized by a comprehensive and inclusive approach, which ensured that all stakeholders were engaged throughout the whole process. Welcome on stage Buntu Tati and Kate Ntombela to share their journey.
Again. A very good morning to all. My name, as mentioned, I'm Kate Ntombela, and I'm the head of safety for Western Limb Operations, that is Impala and Royal Bafokeng. So thank you for the opportunity. Today we are here to actually share our journey in line with the MOSH leading practice adoption process. The challenges that we encountered, and obviously the wins, which are the benefits in terms of making sure that we mitigate and arrest fall of ground related incidents. So with me here, I've got my rock engineering manager, Mr. Buntu Tati. Thank you. So the next slide. We don't have. So the next slide talks through the table of contents. Obviously, I will be giving you a brief overview in terms of who is Impala Western Limb Operations, the location where we are, the journey towards our zero harm, including our 8-point plan, tactical plan, which actually supports our safety strategy, the incidents statistics, including fall of ground statistics, the adoption process, including the criteria that we embarked on, the testing thereof, including the procedures. The case study, which is for us a success story that happened at one of our shafts, including the photographic evidence plus the safety recognition. And lastly, the way forward. So the locality, we are at 145 kilometers away from Johannesburg, and the shafts that we are mining, currently including Royal Bafokeng, is actually 13 managed operations, which are the shafts. We predominantly are mining the UG2 and the Mirensky Reef. The mining methods that we are utilizing is conventional, scattered burst mining, including trackless mining. In some areas, it's hybrid in the trackless sections. So the depth below surface, you'll realize that we are basically sort of, approximately 30 meters just below surface. That is the first actually shaft, which is very close to surface. And we're gonna be talking about that shaft this morning, the challenges and obviously the success story regarding that shaft. And we range up unto 1,500 below surface. We employ approximately 49,000 employees, and then our annual ounce output, we are sitting at 1.8 million ounces annually. The number of the stoping crews that we employ is approximately 816 crews. Thank you, Buntu. So talking to the zero harm 8-point plan, which is our tactical plan, this was devised and derived from multiple safety summits, which were held at Impala and led by our CEO, Mr. Nikomela, and the regional CEO, Mr. Moses Mutaheng, with all relevant stakeholders obviously participating and making sure that there is buy-in so that when we go and implement, everybody is conversant with the requirements, what is the expectation, and when we go underground to the crews, where the crews are struggling, when we interject with them, we make sure that we are actually using this 8-point plan to actually interject and make sure that our employees comply to the requirements. So this 8-point plan is twofold. I do have what we have, the immediate actions, which were our quick wins, our low-hanging fruits. So what we basically here demonstrated was the general managers taking the lead, throwing the sand on the line, to saying enough, it is enough. They took the lead, they actually led mass meetings. They actually led half-level meetings. They actually spoke to the people. We even introduced a platform for people to anonymously report on, incidents which are happening, which might hamper and affect the health and safety and the well-being of our employees underground. The management routines, we had to look at the rhythm, the calendars, and sign them off. Now here, what we actually did is, the mine overseers, we gave them 12 shifts to actually go and look at safety-related matters in the 23 shifts. The mine managers, we gave them approximately 8 days, and general managers 6 days, so that they can go and see and provide the means and the ability to the crews to empower our employees. In terms of the high-risk working places, we gather the information from our leading indicators, and they do actually direct us to go to high-risk working places, including the crews, to understand what is hampering the progress in relation to high-energy incidents, in particular this day, because we are talking about fall of ground. We actually also have dedicated the early entry examination, which is a Wednesday, where everybody from the CEO downwards, we go down the mine and make sure that We go and coach our employees. We go and understand what are the challenges. We provide the means and the ability for them to conduct and perform their work safely. So the second one, which is predominantly the medium term, which was then 6 months and longer, the fatal risk protocol, everybody's conversant with that. It contains the risk management program in line with the ICMM, and that we've got basically 16 of those at Impala and total implants. Then that's supported by our bow ties and obviously critical control management. So also in fall of ground, we do have critical controls and critical life-saving behaviors supporting the critical controls. The critical skill turnover, we have over a period of time encountered a high turnover, in particular management, and that we know that whenever there is a change within the organization, it does cause a disruption. And that actually leads to people getting injured because then there's no stability. So we also have make sure that we capacitate that and we look at the reward and the retention thereof. Critical life-saving behaviors, as I've alluded to point number 5, we have the critical life-saving behaviors that we monitor on the system, and then we can identify the crews, including the employees, who actually are breaching our standards, who don't conform to the compliance. The planning, we realize with our high potential incidents that most of the time with the planning processes, when we do the recommendations, they're often generic, and that does not actually help us a lot. So we went deeper into that and provided capacity and training to ensure that our managers are actually resilient and our managers can do planning effectively to make progress. Next one. So the journey, this is my roadmap that illustrates the initiatives that we embarked on, the impact on the fall of ground incidents, and the journey actually started during 2023. So I want to draw your attention to the areas, the blocks which I read. For FY 208, you will realize that we did early entry examination and making safe, the MOSH leading practice adoption. And then when we get to FY 12, we did the rollout on bolting and netting. FY 13, MOSH leading practice. And FY 14, the mine-wide rollout for bolting and netting. FY 23, MOSH leading practice for ledging. And then lastly, for FY 2024, the MOSH in-stope, lights, and the permanent lash, which then my colleague will be talking to this morning. Thank you.
Thanks, Kate. Just to pick up, ladies and gents, from where Kate has introduced us, is those initiatives that she just talked about have all contributed significantly in the reduction of fall-of-ground accidents and fatalities, as you can see on the graph. Since 2004 up to 2024, we've significantly made good improvements. However, from 2019 to 2024, there's a plateauing effect and not much improvement thereof. If I look at the Impala fatal fall-of-ground accidents, it's a similar trend. Since 2004, it's been a downward trend. However, 2019 going forward is a bit of a plateau. So we see that the next new initiative, the next new step that we're going to take that's going to give us a step change is in this permanent mesh implementation. So prior to us adopting and trialing this MOSH initiatives, we embarked on an investigative journey to see what other adopting minds had learned. And what we found is that the mesh design is a critical step in the whole process. As has been mentioned earlier on, engagement with stakeholders from the start is also critical. It's essential that there's collaboration, there's a joint directive in terms of where we want to go with this initiative. What we were also made mindful of was the fact that substandard installations of this mesh sometimes create a false sense of security. So with that in mind, we ensured that we capacitated those workplaces with oversight where people could directly see and ensure that the mesh was being implemented properly. We also realized, as you've also seen, and what was mentioned by Sifiso earlier on, is that mines that have adopted have seen or realized a reduction in fall-of-ground injuries and severities. So it actually does work, but it's about each mine understanding what its criteria is, what its conditions are, and how to effectively implement it into its operation. There is an additional cost that is associated with that, but the feedback that we got back was that it's outweighed by the safety benefits. Production is also sustained, and worker morale is also improved. These are the images of some of the mines that have adopted. Just to take you through the process that we followed for this adoption, it was obviously accepted by our CE, and it was cascaded down into the entire organization, where he initiated the project and gave directive for us to start. We started the investigation by engaging industry suppliers through an RFI process, understanding what the design specifications are, and did numerous drop tests to understand exactly the performances of the mesh, that it complies with our requirements, as well as doing cost evaluations. We engaged stakeholders, make sure that they were aligned. We did risk assessments on the various operations, signed off permission to trial documentation, signed off marsh adoption documentation, and then selected sites to trial. Started ordering products, suppliers delivered, and we onboarded OEM instructors who were on the shaft, who were going to assist and are quite critical in terms of training the underground crew personnel, line supervision, as well as our technical trainers. Operating procedures were established. We did standards and COPs and so forth. We are now at the stage of monitoring and reviewing as the trials progress, and we're getting weekly feedbacks with the intention of completing the trials by June of this year, in which stage we will move on to a rollout that I'll talk about a little bit later. Just to talk to you guys about the design requirements, like I mentioned, drop tests were done, and we tried to simulate what is an underground Impala environment. That entails camlock jacks in the front of the face with the mesh extended to bolt at the back. What we require is that that mesh must contain a 2-ton block of mass, and it is dropped from a height of 100 millimeters, and what we require is a maximum deflection of 300 millimeters after the drop. Just to show you some images of various drop test facilities where we've done drop tests at, we've done various configurations of drop tests, a prop to prop to simulate the Bafokeng configuration, prop to bolt, this Impala configuration, and bolt to bolt to test the performance in the back area. So as I've mentioned, the criteria is that we want to contain that 2 tons within an acceptable level of deformation. What's important is that the accessories or components that go with the mesh must be compatible with the current support system. The mesh is required to integrate into the current mining cycle without affecting the crew's productivity. And we need to understand the required labor complement suitable for the mesh installation. Logistics and storage requirements, both on surface and underground, need to be established and must ensure that they are adequate. So just to show you a simulation for one of these drop tests. As you can see, the mesh has successfully contained that 2-ton of block within the acceptable deformation range. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the installation sequence. On the first shift, it requires the installation of 2 rows of camlock props, 2 sets, a row in the front and a row at the back, as well as 2 sets of rows of bolts in the front and at the back. So for the first shift, you will invariably lose that production, but thereafter, the first blast, it integrates quite nicely into the cycle. The new roll of mesh, as you've seen in red, is rolled out across the face with camlock jacks pinning it against the hanging wall. The mesh is extended to the back previous row of mesh. It's clipped with the supplied clips, and then the install bolting is then done through the mesh in the face area. Some of the tools that are used for the mesh shown below, the cutting tool, spike plate, as well as the clip. Just to talk a little bit about the spike plate, it was supplied, it's supposed to help contain them and hold the mesh up against the hanging wall, but we found that it was not compatible or suitable for the current tendon that we were using. So we engaged our current tendon supplier to go and develop a washer that was compatible with all the various supplier mesh that were on trial. Various tests were done on 3 prototypes, and the one highlighted in red in the middle was the selected one that is currently in place and in use on the various trial sites. Just some feedback from some of the joint team VFL inspection visits that we've done across the operations. What we found is that the majority of the crews are positive about the concept of permanent mesh. They like the concept, they believe in it, they mention how it has reduced their early entry examination time. What we've also found is that some of the panels that we visited had advance rates that were less than a meter, and that resulted in large overlaps, in some instances in a bit of wastage. The crew sizes also reported that the mesh size was quite difficult to handle in its first instance, the 7-meter roll, and required as many as 4 people. So we subsequently supplied them with shorter segments that they've reported to be easier to handle. And what we found is that the quality of mesh installation varies between the teams, but over time it seems to improve with constant coaching and experience. So the picture you see at the bottom is 16-shop visit. It was a joint VFL visit with industry. Members of the Minerals Council came and also got to engage with some of our team members. On the right-hand side are just ENF shaft and 1 shaft underground VFL experiences on the trial sites. So just some keynotes on our progress thus far. We commenced in September 2023. At the time, identified 3 suppliers through consultation forums. We did the initial drop tests, and those were unsuccessful. So we told the suppliers, go redesign to match our performance. New tests were then done in 2024. Those were successful, and then we initiated the trials and they were approved. The trial is currently underway on all 10 operational Impala shafts, with at least 1 trial site per shaft. Up to date, we've installed 17,000 mesh segments, which translates to about 38,000 square meters of hanging wall that is covered by the mesh. And we have now extended this trial to our 3 Bafokeng operations. What are our learnings thus far during the trial? As I've mentioned, the roll dimensions, its size is critical. It needs to match the in-stock bolt spacing, the face advance, and also be fit for the crew members to handle. Logistics and storage requirements are envisioned to be a challenge in the future when we roll out, which we will need to make the necessary adjustments and capacitate ourselves to handle. Proper tensioning is required to minimize damage on the mesh from blasting and scraping activities. And the mass, the strength, and the cost of the mesh are all trade-offs. So if you want it to be stronger, it's going to be heavier, it's going to cost a bit more. The technical benefits, however, are that the area in the face that needs to be examined is reduced. The back area is fully covered. At the end of shift, there's no removal of temporary nets that's required. And then ultimately, the objective of minimizing the fall of ground risk is achieved. So there's a bit of a success story that we want to talk about, specifically at the ENF shaft. I'll start about talking about its geotechnical conditions, found in ground control district G. This rock mass is characterized by blocky ground with key blocks. It's got joints, faults, and dikes, but more specifically has lateral faulting along the triplets that are in close proximity to the UG2 contact. Moreover, the rock type is weathered because it's near surface, and many of these blocks historically were identified to be abandoned and unminable. Through various successful implementations in other sites, it was decided to assess the permanent mesh within the site, and I'll show you its effectiveness. Here you can see the pictures on the bottom row is a quite altered, weathered rock type, also blocky as well in nature. The quality of installation from this particular crew we found was really good. In terms of total coverage, it was flush against the hanging wall, well tensioned as we've required it to be. There was excellent joining of the mesh segments with the clips, minimal mesh damage. It was neat, no loose strands. You can see that it contains the loose fragments that traditionally would have to be barred, but now these are contained and the area is safe. Back area is safe, face area just, that's the portion that would need to be examined on a particular shift in the morning. On a particular day, we had a large fall that was caught by the permanent mesh. September 2024, the morning shift crew discovered a large fall at 2C45, panel 4 EC, in the face area. The fall of ground is believed to have fallen with the blast, but the important note is that it was successfully contained by the permanent mesh within that face area. The only part of the fall of ground that actually fell is the portion along the face that's not covered by the permanent mesh. The size of the rock, in estimation, was about 4 meters in length, 2.5 meters in width, and 0.7 meters in thickness, 18 tons. So it actually shows that the drop test we've done has been validated by a simulation of a fall underground. Just to continue with this particular crew, so they started installing the mesh since June 2024. If you look at the graph at the bottom, you can see that prior to the trial, or to them starting the trial in June, the production performance before and after has been sustained. It's been a flat trend. So the implementation of the mesh has not affected their productivity. And because of the excellent quality that we saw in the pictures on the slide that was shown previously, a decision was taken by management to recognize and reward this team with T-shirts and certificates and a braai. So at the top is the miner who will give us some feedback in terms of his experience with the mesh. The bottom right-hand picture is the team, management team, as well as the crew at the back with their certificates. Yeah, so in essence, for those that don't understand or need translation, he was basically saying that the mesh is good. It contained the mass well. If there was a person that was there, it would have saved a life. We should actually hurry up with the trial. They want it to be implemented. They would like it to be a standard. So there's buy-in. There's an appreciation for the benefit that it will bring to the operation and to the industry. Okay, just on the way forward, we're going to complete the trials by June 2025 of this year, as I've mentioned. Finalize our operating model, COP, standard and procedures. Quantify the impact on human effort, transportation. We will firm up on our rollout strategy. The current thinking is that we'll start on a geotechnical area based on high risk. And then because it carries a high intensive cost, we have decided it to be a risk-based strategy. The replacement of the temporary nets with the permanent mesh will partially offset the cost. And then in essence is that the cost benefit and the lives saved are going to outweigh the expenses associated with the mesh. So over time, it will pay for itself. Just to take you through some photographs, that's the trackless session in the top row, where we've done installations, as well as other conventional panels in the bottom, where we've done installations. And thank you.
Thank you. Sure, colleagues, thank you so much. Like I said earlier, I have a lot of respect with companies that come here and are willing to share the journey and the successes and the challenges that they experienced. It's not easy to be vulnerable, to people that are not that close to you. So I respect them for that. Colleagues, the next, I have a couple of announcements. So firstly, I want to say the gifting, we will do it after everything. So we can have a nice picture moment, 1. 2, by the time you get to the office on Monday, all presentations will be on the Minerals Council website, www.mineralscouncil.org.za, right? So secondly, OEMs are here so that you can engage with them. Try to have a better understanding of the products. Some of them are used in the initiatives that we are sharing in the Fogap program today. So please do, pass by the stands, be inquisitive, ask questions. And then, thirdly, I hope you have been picking up that the Fogap strategy doesn't have initiatives that only focus on improving geotechnical safety, right? We spoke about the lighting, we spoke about the drilling, I suppose to some extent, but I want to say to you, the reason why we partnered with the Association of Mine Managers from the coal and hard rock sectors is because they have a big role to help us roll out some of these initiatives that are not confined to the geotech thing. Like I will be reaching out to both associations, AMMSA and SACMA, to help us on the drill guide project and the creation of a enabling environment. So let's proceed now. The next speakers is from Goldfields, right? So it is Yolanda Chambati, who's going to be interviewed by Kevin Lebron, the president of SANIRE. They are going to be focusing on Goldfields South Deep's experience in implementing critical control verification on pillar cutting in a deep mine. Let me say this up front. This is not featured at all on the Fogap program, what they will be speaking about. However, part of why we are here today is to learn from one another. So if there is value in what they will be sharing, if they say this has impacted us positively as South Deep, perhaps we consider how we can feature it in future. If not, at least you know about it. You can engage with them after here if you want to learn more. And of course, you are free to take it up if you are convinced that they make a valid case that implementing this has improved their force of ground safety. So yeah, stage is yours. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. And welcome to Yolanda joining us on stage here. But before I ask Yolanda to introduce herself, I have just 2 things to mention. First is AfriRock, our international conference in July at Sun City. The last one, I think, was in Cape Town, 2017. If you haven't registered, please do. And then the second thing is, a bit earlier with a Mentimeter, there were 10 options. The question was, what is the biggest impact on reducing falls of ground? And I saw a rock engineer came 3rd last after luck and reduced production. So please, rock engineers, hang in there. Yolanda, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Kevin. Good afternoon, I think, to everyone in the room. My name is Yolanda Chambati, like Lerato has mentioned. I was born and raised in Harare, Zimbabwe. I hold an undergrad degree and honors degree from the University of Pretoria. A quick shout out to Mr. Marit. I'm also currently busy with my master's at Wits University. Shout out to my supervisor, Prof. Watson. And I'm also busy with my AREC. I also hold I'm also responsible for the education portfolio for SANIRE Gauteng. SANIRE stands for South African Institute of Rock Engineering. Career-wise, I started at Petra Diamonds, Cullinan in 2014. That's essentially where I got my hands-on experience in rock engineering and mining in general. And then after that, I joined Goldfields South Deep Mine Operation in 2021. That's where I'm currently working as a section manager rock engineer. I just want to mention that I'm very grateful to work at such a mine where it's so dynamic and also challenging, but the company empowers you to apply your rock engineering expertise and also just to contribute to safety.
Thanks, Yolanda. We're just going to jump into the question without further ado. We don't want to exceed our time limit. Could you please provide an overview of South Deep, including depth and ore body?
Okay, thank you. So South Deep, I think most of us, we know it's located in Western area here in Johannesburg. South Deep is actually recognized as a flagship asset in the deep level mining industry, deep level gold mining industry. So what makes South Deep unique? I'll just mention three things. The first one is the depth. We are mining at almost 3,000 meters below surface. Another thing that makes it unique is the ore body. So I'll just refer you to the screen. So what you're seeing is we are exploring the upper Elsbeck classic wedge, and it's a massive tabular ore body at 3,000 meters below surface. And this ore body actually hosts the world's largest gold deposit. Another thing that makes us unique is that we're a mechanized mine, and we're actually one of the leading companies in mechanization.
Thanks, Yolanda. Yeah, just to mention, I think this is one of two ore bodies in the world that I think the other one is Target, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, this is completely different. So everything that was done here was actually groundbreaking in technology terms. Could you describe the mining method, please, Yolanda?
So at South Deep, our primary mining method is longhole stopping, longhole open stopping with backfill. I'll refer you again to the slide, the screen. So there, what I'm showing is so you'll have your shaft and your ramps from surface. Then now to access the reef, now this is on the reef horizon, we access the reef using a modified bottom pillar method. Like I said, mechanized, high profile, with crash pillars. So that bottom pillar layout is to access the ore body and also to distress the ore body. This now allows us to come and mine the bulk of the ore body using, in a low stress environment rather. In a low stress environment, as you can see, you've got a longhole stop there. That's just an example of a longhole stop that's being taken in a low stress environment. And once we have reached a critical hydraulic radius for that longhole stop, we come back and we backfill to take the next stop.
Thanks, Yolanda. Could you describe the primary geotechnical challenges associated with the deep level stoping there at South Deep?
So by virtue of us just mining 3,000 meters below surface, I think you agree with me that the high stress conditions are inevitable. in this environment. So some of the challenges, I'll just mention a few. Some of the challenges we experience, I think Mr. Swanapu spoke about, he used to call it earthquake underground, seismicity, we call it now. Yeah, so we experience a lot of rock bursts as a result of high stress concentrations. We also experience a lot of or increased closure rates as we mine further down. And we also experience excessive stress fracturing. And what I mean by this is that you want a balance. Remember, I said we are using crash pillars. So the crash pillars for us is just to redistribute the stresses so that where we are working, it's in low stress environment. But now you also don't want those pillars to be excessively crashed, because the challenges that comes with that is you cannot install, after drilling for support in that crash pillar, that when you remove your jumper, the holes, they tend to close. So you cannot come back and install support. So what tends to happen is we opt now for more expensive support tendons like self-drilling support.
Thanks, Yolanda. What role does mine design play in maintaining the ground stability with reference to your mine design?
So mine design plays a very vital role. So it all starts with mine design geotechnical criteria, which is largely based on advanced predictive numerical modeling. Just to put it into South Deep context, what I mean by this is at South Deep, we actually carry out a 3D mine scale numerical modeling to simulate things like the historic stress path, also the stress distribution for our current designs, future designs. We also simulate seismic energy that is anticipated in those areas that we are going to mine. Maybe just to add on that, especially when we talk about numerical modeling, I think the rock engineers in the room will agree with me that with numerical modeling, garbage in is garbage out. So I think it's important to note that we do due diligence in the data that we input in numerical modeling. So be it making sure that it's corrected, making sure that it's calibrated to the environment that you're working in.
Thanks. What you mentioned is quite interesting. The crush pillars are being implemented at 3 kilometers below surface. So this is something that we're not used to. Maybe the only place, I think, in the world that this is being done. Could you just elaborate on that, the risks specifically associated with those crush pillars?
I'll just mention two for time's sake. So in the unlikely event of non-compliance, we also tend to create oversized pillars. So the risk with an oversized pillar is rock burst. So that pillar now is exceeding its load-bearing capacity. So that's one of the challenges. And then another challenge is just, again, non-compliance. In the event of non-compliance, let's say to support design, what you tend to see is that the pillar will disintegrate so much that you lose that confinement, and you still want that residual strength. As much as you've removed the stresses, you still want the residual strength from the crash pillar.
Yeah, so thanks, Yolanda. The keys here, I guess, is pillar bursting, which is now becoming an issue on the platinum mines as well. That's one of the major risks if you leave oversized pillars, and then obviously with the depth, if you leave an undersized pillar, it will just disintegrate and you don't have any support. So there's two-stage mining method, which is the board and pillar, and then followed by this long hole open stoping. It's quite a complex, I guess, scenario to manage with the depth, with the stress issues. What controls do you guys have in place to make sure that compliance to your design criteria is in place?
So we have our controls in two phases. So we have the pre-cutting controls, pre-cutting the pillar. The controls that we have before we cut the pillar. The first one is the pillar design. So the pillar design just informs the dimensions that we need to follow. And then the one that follows after the pillar design is the survey notes. The survey notes are just there to guide the execution team in terms of grade line and direction lines. And then we then move to the post-cutting, the controls that we have after cutting the pillars. The first one is our normal routine geotechnical visits underground. We just go, we check what's been cut, which is the actual versus what was planned. And then the second one, and I think the most important one, is our weekly 3D scans. So we're just using laser scans to also just check, to overlay the actual versus the planned. So that's also another control that we have in place. In addition to that, we also have two methods that we use to confirm the degree of fracturing of that cut pillar. So the first one, I think most of the people in the room are aware of the subsurface profiler. We also use it, it's a scanner. The results are able to show you the degree of fracturing of a formed pillar. And then also at South Deep, we are also privileged to use technology like seismic tomography. That's also some of the technology we are also using. I think others will know it as active source pillar monitoring. So what it basically is you have got a source on one end of the pillar. As I'll refer you again to the screen, one end of the pillar you've got a seismic source, and then you send signals through the pillar, and then you've got a receiver on the other end, and then you're able to calculate the velocity of that signal. So from the velocity of the signal, you're able to infer if some parts of the pillar are more crushed than the other. What I mean by that is you can imagine that where the pillar is highly fractured, you are most likely to see the wave velocity being impeded, as opposed to where it's a bit solid, the velocity will be a bit quicker. So that's some of the technology. And maybe to be specific, at South Deep, the sources that we are using, we have a pneumatic source and a piezoelectric source. But I've published a paper. If you're interested, I'll share the link after this session on this work.
Yes, please do, Yolanda. Maybe it can go up on the website with Minerals Council. Yeah, so this is really advanced. The technology being employed here, maybe the pillar mines, the Bushveld complex, they're already doing tomography. They're doing subsurface profilers for people like me who don't understand it. It's a GPR. So they have the GPRs operating on the Bushveld complex mines. You can actually check the pillar width, even using that, especially the Borden pillar operations. Have you had any pillar instabilities?
I think you skipped the question. But it's fine.
It's not on the list.
Yes, unfortunately we have. So in our journey of us finding that sweet spot of that optimum pillar size, we have had some pillar bursting on us, some shakedowns of those pillars, and it has also led us into doing a lot of modifications into our pillar design, into our support design for the pillars.
Thanks, Yolanda. I know this is. You should have signed a non-disclosure. What are the key learnings from the back analysis that you guys performed on those pillar instabilities?
I'll just mention two for time's sake. So I think the two key learnings for us, what we have learned looking at the pillar on top, is that our pillars are very sensitive. These crash pillars, they're very sensitive to compliance, to design. So the picture on top, what I'm just trying to illustrate is small pillars, they'll continue to disintegrate. So you can imagine you continue losing that residual strength. So I think the picture speaks for itself, how a 7-meter wide pillar can reduce to a 1.5 meter width pillar if this compliance is not adhered to. And then the second key learning that's shown on the picture below is that our our pillars, again, they're also very sensitive to the orientation with regards to how is the pillar orientated in relation to our major principal stresses. That's one. And also how the pillar is orientated in relation to our prominent bedding planes. So on the picture, what I'm trying to show is the farm gating that you get as a result of that. That if the longer length of your pillar is orientated in a certain direction where you are most likely to get the major principal stresses pushing, that's what usually what results in you get that kind of damage, which we call a farm gating. So the pillar will burst in that direction of your major principal stresses, and you tend to damage, be it equipment or individuals will be injured. So those are the two key learnings.
Thanks, Yolanda. Last question. Based on your experience and insights, what do you believe are the most critical success factors for maintaining stability at such a deep mine, employing shallow mining methods of supporting?
True. So I'll just mention 3 or 4, if time allows. So the first one is to be a data-driven, to apply the data-driven approach for our mine. Like you already mentioned, Kevin, that we are unique. So we don't have a lot of reference. We are our own teachers, so we have to draw most of the learnings from our past experience. So that's the first one. And then the second one is just making proactive decisions in us managing geotechnical risks. What I mean by that is we should leverage on artificial intelligence. We should also leverage on the advanced technology that we're just showing in monitoring geotechnical risks. Then the third one is on the people side. Like I said, South Deep it's a mine of the future, if we are truly speaking. So I think it's important that the company also continues to upskill the people. It also continues to find ways to retain that upskilled workforce. And then the last one is something that Lerato opened with, to say that if you win, you don't stop training. So I think we should also just continue tapping into that space of trying to be more innovative. Yes.
Thank you so much, Yolanda. Just one last thing. Can we just give Yolanda a big round of applause? And congratulations. I don't know how many months.
Thank you. Let's play the video in the, yeah. Thank you.
Dying. I think a lot of people just, they see you run and they say, oh, it looks so easy, it really looks effortless. But before it gets to that point, it's hard. It's like hard work. It's day in, day out, sacrifice, day in, day out, just dying. Listen, the work is behind the scenes. Competition is the easy part. Behind the scenes is where the work is done. And everything is done to get to that one race that you need to run.
But once they get going, they absolutely fly.
still in this one. It's going to be really tight. Brazil don't have a metre on South Africa. Is she going to set the world record?
43.76.
Knocking up there. Well done to the South Africans. Talk about running through the tape. Make every centimetre count.
In the last 50 metres.
Bronze for South Africa.
That's the one.
History for all of Africa.
Colleagues, up next, we're going to have a talk from the Rock Engineering Technical Committee Chairperson, Rian Carstens, addressing the key components necessary to create an enabling environment, which is Pillar 5 of the Fogap. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to see so many people here today. Before we start, can I just ask the technical team to put up the access codes for the Mentimeter, please? There's an exercise midway, and I don't want to stop to get that sorted. Just give them a second. While we wait for the technical team, just coming back to Madini's presentation on the exoskeletons. So there, please sign in. So I did the test myself, so I didn't rely on what people told me of how it works or doesn't work. So I did the test. I did it with and without the exoskeleton. And if you ask me, despite the issues about how it fits and redesign and the other risks, if you ask me if I had to bar, would I want to wear one? Yes or no? My answer is yes, without a doubt. So personally, my experience was it's much easier to bar with the exoskeleton than without it. Is everybody logged in? Okay, if you guys can put up the presentation. Okay, so recently I've listened to a lot of leaders and they stand up and they say, if we can create an enabling environment for the people that work underground, we should be able to get safe and sustainable production. And it makes absolute logical sense that that would be the case. But none of the leaders tell you what that looks like. So have you ever asked yourself the question, how would I know that I've actually created this environment? And the answer is we didn't know. So I suppose if I ask 100 people to explain what it should look like, we'll get 100 different answers. So we started this process as part of Fogap to try and define better what it looks like and how do you get there. Sorry, something went wrong with this presentation now. Can someone just fix it? We're now into the Mentimeter questions. Presentation first. I'll tell you when the Mentimeter question starts. Okay, so as I said, this formed part of the overall Fogap program. It aims to improve the enabling environment of employees for safe and stable production. Now, in the mining industry, we tend to put these two things in silos. We either talk things that helps production, or then we talk safety. But we don't bring the two together, and you'll see later today
with this enabling environment, that the things you do for safety is exactly the same things that you do for good production. It's not different. We believe that this application will assist the industry to find what constitutes an enabling environment, how do you go about creating it, and how do you verify that you've continuously maintaining that enabling environment. So if you go to Google and you Google the definition of what's a disabling and enabling environment, it goes something like this. So a disabling environment is where organizational, societal, environmental barriers prevent people, organizations, or systems from thriving, where disability is caused by the environment rather than the people in it. By contrast, an enabling environment is a combination of factors that allows people, organizations, or systems to thrive and reach their full potential. It's where conditions are conducive to safety, efficiency, productivity, sustainability, learning, and competitiveness. And it's a harmony between policy and regulatory framework, in our case, the impact of the DMRE and external stakeholders, infrastructure, economic conditions, institutional capacity, relationships, and social factors. Okay, so if we bring it to something that we've all seen a workshop somewhere. So if I show you those two pictures and ask you, so which one do you think is an enabling environment? This is not your garage at home, or maybe I've seen garages that look like this at home. This is a workshop. So I would hope that most of us pick the one on the right. So I wouldn't take my car to the left. I might not get back home. The wheels might fall off, or I might get stranded somewhere. So now I'm going to ask you for your. Before we tell you what we did, I'm going to ask you a bit for your feedback. So this is now the Mentimeter exercise. So I want you for the moment to imagine you're back at your workplace, you're underground, you're in your stope, your crosscut, your traveling away station area. For the coal miners, Matthew, you're in your board or your split. What are the physical things that make up that environment? So you're standing in your working place. So if we can put up that Mentimeter, the first question, it should come up and you type in keywords or phrases of what are the physical things. Don't worry about the people stuff, we'll get to that. The guys working in corporate, you can go back to your offices. Okay, we've got training, resourcing. For now, guys, please focus on physical. So what are the things that you're going to see? We'll get to the people stuff now. I just wonder, what do you see when you're standing in that crosscut and you're saying, like that garage that I showed, what are you seeing there that tells you this is now physical, an enabling environment? Order, good housekeeping. Resourcing, that's people, but you'll get another chance now. Light and visibility. Ventilation and support. Housekeeping again. Housekeeping, ventilation. Let's give it another minute. Good environmental conditions, safe and clean. Tools, yep. Roadway conditions, yes. Tools, lighting. Okay, I think we can close this one. Thanks, guys. The next question, I see a lot of people wanted to jump to the people stuff. So the next thing is, what are the people aspects that are important? Now you can talk anything about training. What are the people things that we need to look at to make this an enabling environment? Training, respect, competence, supervision, mindset, culture, morale. Labor at work, very important. Humility. Again, respect. Health. Competency, capability, leadership, culture, trust.
Okay, let's give it another minute. Mindset. Okay, guys, I think we can close this down. The third question is, so we know the what, and we know the people component of it. Who's responsible for creating this environment? Is it the CEO of the company? Is it the general manager of the company? Is it the section manager? Who's responsible, in your opinion, to create that enabling environment? Everyone, yes. The entire team. So it's not management's responsibility. Everybody's got an area of responsibility that they influence. I think Bernard mentioned it so adequately this morning to say that each one of you has got a leadership position. You might have one or two people reporting to you, or many people, but you make an impact on their lives and their environment. Okay, I think we can now go to the last question. So how do we do it? How do you create an enabling environment? By doing it. Collaboration, communication, organizational culture, open communication, positive, top-down. Interesting. Adaptive leadership, coaching or couching. That's something, coaching from the couch. It's like fathering. Open communication, constant engagements, culture, assessments. Okay, thanks guys. I think we can go back to the presentation. Okay, I'm going to just run through these quickly. Okay, one back. So when we started off that, we had many workshops. We tried to consult as widely as possible from not just geotechnical engineers, mining managers, mining engineers, to try and understand what constitutes this enabling environment. And we came up with a mind map which didn't look that nice. So we struggled a bit to say we needed a concept that adequately represent and would help us to communicate this enabling environment or the application that we developed. So we engaged with a company called R&A, which are communication experts, and we asked them to assist us to come up with an infographic that we could use. So that we played around with pillars and pyramids and houses and blocks. And in the end, one of the people at R&K came up with an analogy from nature. And they came up with a concept of a beehive, which I think was brilliant, by the way. Because like a beehive, the mining environment is a complex and highly organized structure with thousands of people working together towards a common goal, where each member has a critical role to play. The gold miners in the industry are going to love this because their product looks like honey. So the analogy works perfectly for them. I'm not sure about the coal miners. Matthew will work on that. But the concept combined looks at two things. The one is the comb itself. So that's pretty much the what. And the bees that you see in the picture is the how. So the things that we do to support that hive. So you'll see we broadly divided into 4 areas, which looks at your physical requirement, the consumables, time during the shift, and people. And the bees are the things that we all do to create it. So if I can highlight a couple of them. So for example, for the physical requirements, you need a stable working place. You need good environmental condition. People mentioned good ventilation, good lighting. Stable working place means I blasted it correctly and I supported it correctly. Good housekeeping came up many times. Everything is in its place where it's supposed to be. When you look at consumables, it's things like fit-for-purpose equipment. I can't read that far. Required logistics, required services, things like there needs to be water, there needs to be electricity, people need the consumables, explosives, material to be there at the working place when they want to do the place. We thought time was so important that we allocated 2 blocks to that. The one talks to, have you confirmed that all the activities that you want to happen in that shift, do you actually have sufficient time to do that? Do you know how long each activity takes and what your effective face times are? We did an exercise at one of our mines, and the people came back and you said, you've got this list of things that you want us to do, but it's impossible. There is not enough time in the shift to do all these things. And we're good at layering. So something goes wrong, and we add something to the shift to say, by the way, you've done all these things, but to address this new risk, we want you to do something more. And at the end of the day, there's only so much time in that shift. And the people told us, they said, we'd like to do it, but we can't. There's not enough time. So we had to go back and rethink some of our standards and procedures to make sure it can actually happen within the shift. The other thing is, one shift impacts the other one. So if, for example, night shift didn't clean the panel properly, day shift walks into that panel and they now have to spend an hour or 2 to clean the panel. They're still going to try and get the blast. The only thing is, now they don't have enough time. And that's where people then start taking chances. And what people talk about, we mark a plum to get that blast. So something as small as people being delayed because they couldn't get underground at time have a significant downstream impact. And the last 3, almost the foundation of the hive, is talking to people issues. There's sufficient, not just and competent employees. So if there have to be 10 people in a crew, 10 people are at work. Workers are motivated and not fatigued. So they are motivated, but talking to things like health, nutrition, good sleep, so that they are alert, ready to do the day's work. And the last one, and there's a lot of this recently in all of the companies, is creating a psychologically safe environment. And that's where leadership comes in. I read an article the other day that said one of the top 5 things that leaders need to look at is creating a psychologically safe environment for their people to operate in. Now the B's, as I said, represent the how-to. So you see there's leadership. Bernard spoke extensively about it this morning, so I'm not going to repeat that. Design. This is design of your mind, but also design of your work systems, your processes that you employ on your mind. There's simple standards, sufficient resources, and operational discipline. So we can have the best plans, we can have the best designs, but we need to operate in a disciplined fashion. I think what this also illustrates for me is that managing a mine is complex. You have to manage a lot of things, and you have to manage them well at the same time. From time to time, we tend to focus, to say, I need to now look at good housekeeping. But for me, this infographic illustrates very well how complex it is and what you need to look at all the time to create this environment. So, how the tool works. So if you click on each one of these cells, it opens up on the right-hand side. It will open up a description of what it is about. In this case, good housekeeping. And there's a set of questions to guide you of whether you've actually created an enabling environment in this specific section. For now, it's not fancy. It's not lots of mathematics. It's purely, based on your perception, a yes or a no, and it will give you a score at the end. They employed some gaming technologies, so they call something you get honey points. It's nothing to do with the compliance. It's just to say how much have you interacted, did you make changes, and it's some gaming technologies that's built into the thinking there. You'll get tips of how you can improve. You can email your results to you afterwards. And for now, there's 2 options. The one is you go onto the web-based site,
You fill in everything, you can click a button and it downloads all your results to a spreadsheet that you can download and you can use. Or the other option is you can register. If you don't register, once you close out, you don't save any changes, nobody sees that information. However, if you register, you get other functionalities that I'll speak about a bit now, and you can save it and you can come back to it. Ideally, we would like members to register, because then the Minerals Council can get information back that they can use to see which of these areas requires attention. So that when the CEO roundtable meets strategically, they can get this information to see, okay, so we're struggling with X. Maybe we can, as a Minerals Council, adjust our strategies to address a specific issue. Like I said, one of the other key benefits of registering is from the beginning we understood that to design this for the industry that will fit every single shaft commodity is just not possible. We cannot tailor-made it to every site and to every mining method. But if you register, you've got the ability to start with a clean sheet. If you believe this doesn't work, you start from scratch. You can change the wording. You see that you can add cells to it. You can delete questions, you can add questions. So you can almost start with a blank canvas. And there's lots of other opportunities that I think you can use this application other than just for an enabling environment because of that functionality. So, and as I said, if you register and you capture it, obviously that information will only be available to the Minerals Council to use to strategize of how we can improve this application in the first instance, but also where are areas that requires attention within the industry. So, potential benefits. Here are some of them. I think there are many more. I think it can be used as a communication tool to create context. So if someone starts, a young mining engineer starting in the mining industry, arrives there the first day on the mine, I think you can show him this to say, these are all the things that it takes to run a mine. We're now going to look at this. Or when you get feedback on a certain area that you're saying, we're now going to focus on this area, but remember, we need to look at the other things as well. We can't just look at one thing. I think it can be used to facilitate team interviews. Very effective tool to get feedback from the people doing the work underground to come and tell you, so how do you think we're doing in each one of these areas? So I think it can be used very effectively to facilitate such a workshop. In future, it can be used to be very more quantitative. So you can click on a button that will take you to a comprehensive checklist. I know at Amandelbult at some point in time they had a license to mine. So the checklist to say, if you don't have this, you can't mine. So you can add checklists to this. I think it can be used effectively during training and development. It could potentially replace some other management processes if you bring it in here. And I think very importantly, I think it can be an excellent tool. I know we don't want accidents and incidents, but when we do have them, we want to maximize our learning from them. And I think this tool is perfectly suited for that. Because we tend to stop at the immediate cause. So the rock fell because the support was not in. And then we stop. And you typically hear things like, we will send the crew for retraining. How many of you have seen this in an accident investigation? We're going to retrain. But the bolts are drilled flat. Not because the people don't know how to drill a hole and install support. It's flat because your stope's full of stuff. And that's because you don't have adequate design to get your broken ore out of the stope. You don't have enough locos on your level. Your ore pass system doesn't work. That's where you need to fix. Not retraining the crew on how to install a bolt. So this, I think, will almost force you to say, okay, so the immediate cause was, in the case of fall of ground, the bolt didn't go in. What other factors contributed to that bolt not getting to the face?
or we did not create an environment where we gave someone fit-for-purpose equipment in an area where it could actually go in at 90 degrees. So I think very useful tool for that case. And then I listened earlier today to Bernard when he spoke about change management, which happens constantly at the mines now. We do things in departments in an isolation without understanding what the consequence of that change are on 3 other areas on the mine. The engineer comes with you and shows you the new bolter that he just bought, but he didn't speak to you before then, and you realize, okay, but it's not going to work. Someone adds a new activity into a shift. What other components in your hive are you affecting by changing something here? So I think it can also be used very well in that regard for you to just put up the mirror. If you're going to make a change, where am I going to impact? Am I going to improve something here at the detriment of something else in the overall environment? Last slide. So, request. Afterwards, we're going to hand out posters with all the access details. It should come up okay. I didn't test it on a cell phone, but it looks very nice on my PC screen. There's some instructions of how to use it, and there's a button on there. The most important button is the feedback button. So if you go into there and you say, but I'd like to see this, add this, change this, what about this, what about that, please just click the button and send us an email so that we can really develop, I think, a tool that's useful for industry. This is not the product. For me, this is almost the starting point of developing something very special for this industry. So with your feedback, we can then start a journey to really make this something that can work for you. And I think that is me. No questions. I see nobody else got questions, so I'm not getting questions.
Yeah. That's only you need to be mic'd up, or I don't know if what. Thank you very much, Rian. I think, colleagues, I wish you can notice that we try to come up with some creative ways in which we can ensure that the solutions that we come with are actually usable, right? We talk a lot about the need to refrain from doing studies and researches and ending up with hundreds of pages of Microsoft Word reports that gather dust somewhere in people's offices. So that is the inspiration behind coming up with a web-based application, because we use smartphones, so you can, at the press of a button, be able to access this enabling environment app, and you are able to assess your work environment to establish whether it's enabling or not, right? Based on all the elements that Rian spoke about. The next speaker is going to talk about the outcomes of the research project we are having on management of seismicity in the industry. Again, that piece of work is phased in four stages. So we only completed phase 1, right? And then there was a workshop, and then we said, what do we do with these outcomes? So we agreed we must have a guideline or guidance, provide guidance on how to establish basic seismic monitoring systems, how to collect data, and how to analyze that. Again, we were quite specific when we said to the service provider, give us something that is going to be usable, because people read reports and then they lie there. Ideally, this is still work in progress. He's going to talk about the guidelines. Ideally, we still need to engage as the Rock Engineering Technical Committee on how we present those guidelines, whether it's in a flow chart or whether it's in an application like the one Rian presented now, or whether we plug them onto the learner management system so that people are able to access this thing effortlessly, and at the press of a button, it can get them the results they want. Johan, are you? Oh yeah, you are not getting mic'd up. Thank you.
I was saying, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed Rian's presentation. It's not the only thing I'm taking away, but while he was speaking, I remember something that happened at our first school reunion. Because of my surname, Hanakom, the guys at school called me Hannies, right? So we went to this reunion, and one of my best friends got married recently, and he came up to me with his new wife, and he says to me, "Honey, so great to see you." And this lady was really angry that he could call me honey. Yeah, we're late in the afternoon or late in the morning, and now we have to talk seismicity. I apologize for that, but that is how it is. I don't have plenty of slides. There's really not many, but in discussion with the guideline, that may take some time. So please keep the bell ready if I take too long. As Lerato said, this is part of a project that's much bigger than what I'm talking to you about today. It's also rethinking how we look at the data, how we determine the hazard using AI. So the bigger picture is much bigger than what I'm going to talk about. So we decided this must happen first, so that this is sorted out by the time we try and do some really decent science. So I'm going to take you through it quickly. The first thing really important is, and I know again she mentioned it a little bit earlier, it is part of the Fogap program, it's part of the Pillar 2, it is something that has been planned for a long time, and we're now progressing, and we have something to show you. Right? The other important thing is I got the, what do they say? I got the short straw in presenting. The other guys are either not around or not available, so that's why I'm standing in front of you. The whole team is there, so please just be aware of that. That is, it is quite a number of people, and you'll see people like Johan Veslu on there that sits in Australia as well. So we looked quite wide. This part was broken into two portions. One was, and we called it internally also phase 1, phase 2, so don't confuse it with a bigger project. But the first one was to say, all right, how do we look at how things are being done right now? That is the starting point. Internationally as well as locally. How are the guys looking at data? How do they design their networks? How do they determine the risk? What is the process that they follow? Can we learn from them, yay or nay? And quite a lot of data was generated, and some of it was really, really interesting to look at. And if you're interested at all, I suggest you try and get a hold of that document in which we gave feedback. I'm going to touch on a couple of slides only, and before I go into the guideline. But there's really some good information in there that you can really have a look at. We also looked at the South African operations, how we're doing it now. There are people that are doing great work, and it's good that we learn from it. We did some very good research over the last couple of decades. It shouldn't be lost. It should be used. So we try to take all of those things together. And when we presented it to the RETC, the issue was, okay, this is wonderful, right? So what do we do with this? And as Lerato said, then the thing of a guideline came up. And we said, okay, one, how do we create this guideline? And I'll spend a little bit more time on it just now. But two as well, what do we put into this guideline? Do we create a 70-page, 90-page report, or what do we do with it? And that's basically what I'm reporting on. What I'm reporting to you today. Just a couple of things on the background, so do you understand where all of this that eventually found its way into the guideline, where it comes from. On the nice, interesting graph that I've got there on the right-hand side, on the horizontal axis, you've got A divided by B. Those are the A and B factors out of the Gutenberg relationship. And basically what it means, as you go to a higher number, the seismic hazard goes up. You've got a greater potential to get a very large magnitude seismic event. So that's the one thing. On the vertical axis, you have what we call the distance to the sixth sensor, which basically means if I have a seismic event, the sixth sensor furthest from from that seismic event location, what is the distance to that center? I'll explain it just now, I think 2 or 3 slides on a little bit more important. What is interesting here is if you start comparing the South African operations, which by the way is not because it's so important, but it's the large circles, it's because they are on the highest scale of the seismic hazard, which is to the right. And on the left, they are on the vertical axis, they to the larger areas. In other words, my 6 sensor on average is further away from where the event happens than most international networks. Right? Now, again, that shouldn't come as a surprise. Our ore bodies are tabular, they're huge on dip and strike, right? They're very thin in depth, while a lot of the international ore bodies do not look like that. All right? So it's not a surprise, but it does tell you something. It tells you that our networks are very different to the international ones. So the question is, what do we take from them and try and implement, and what don't we? This is one of the parameters we looked at, we called planarity. And basically it means you can build an ellipsoid around your ore body on dip and strike and in Z, in depth, right? And it will have 3 different dimensions. Now again, just thinking logically about this. If I have a tabular ore body, it means on dip and strike I'll have large dimensions and Z very small, so I'll have a sort of a pancake type ellipsoid, right? While if you look at some of the massive ore bodies, they are a couple 100 meters on strike, a couple 100 meters on dip, and 60, 70 meters wide, right? It'll be something that moves a little bit more towards a sphere maybe, if it really gets to that point. But anyway, you've got 3 dimensions. And if you look at those 3 dimensions, you can specify a planarity. In other words, is it very planar or is it very spherical, I suppose, is the best you can get to with planarity. Again, if you look at our networks with the same AB factor on the horizontal axis and the same distance on the vertical axis, right? Again, the South African operations has larger circles. So in terms of planarity, our networks are much more planar than anything. So one previous slide, they are bigger. Second thing is they are more planar. So they look completely different to most of the internationals. This is the 6 sensor explanation. Does this thing point? No, somebody else tried. All right, so your E1, E2 are seismic events, and then your triangles are sensors, and it says, all right, if the event occurs, the 6th sensor away from where the event occurs, that would be a good indication of how dense my network is. And that's the D1 and the D2 distances. All right, so hopefully that makes a little bit more sense in terms of the previous slides. Just showing that our networks are typically very dense. Now the question is, should it be? Should it be? Our networks are large. Sorry. The question is, should it be more dense? Should we have sensors spaced closer together? Yes or no? Okay, so if it is yes, how much closer must it be for it to be acceptable? Right? And this is where the guideline went, where we try to take all of this data and say, all right, based on what we know, based on what we understand, based on our experience, based on the research done in the past in this country, how do we give a guideline to the guy who sits on the shaft and he needs to decide what does he need and to lead him in this decision, a la the guideline. All right. I forgot about this slide. We also looked at a lot of rock engineering, call it softer issues, right? So we said where we have certain practices or procedures in place, do people follow it? That's the implementation column, yes. And if they follow it, how do they actually estimate the value of this? All right? So if I just take one out of that whole table, you don't have to look at all of them. Let's take daily seismic hazard ratings, minimum exclusion zones for large events. 71% of the operations we questioned actually used this. They actually applied it. Right? But of that 71%, 2 of them said it's no use. Right? So we have all these systems, we have these things that we can do, but it seems like on some operations, either the way it's been done, the way the network records the data, or simply because it's not being pushed, it doesn't get good results. So in terms of a guideline now, the question is, should we be saying, guys, everybody should be doing daily hazard seismic ratings with minimum exclusion zones for large events, or should we, in a guideline, suggest it in some other way? Knowing that a lot of the operations say, we've tried it, it's not working. Okay, so keep that in mind. We also talked to the rock engineers, all right, which was important, all 51 of them. Previously, the voting, I think 51 guys said rock engineers are the ones making the difference. I'll put money down that we are 51 in the audience. But in any case, so we interviewed them, and a couple of interesting things, and you can go and look at all the data in the complete report, right? But we asked the question, what do you believe the role of the rock engineer is in assessing and addressing seismic activity on the mine? 73% will say, said, we receive the data, we look at it, we evaluate it, right? We listen to what they say, and we carry on. 23% says, right, when we plan our seismic network, right, we conduct the seismic analysis and we have a deep understanding. Now, the interesting thing why I included this in one or two other slides after this is 70% and 23% is large numbers. So if 73% say, listen, I get something from the seismologist, I look at it, but I actually base what I say on what they feel, and 23% says, no, I do it myself. What do we suggest as a guideline? How should it happen? Should it be a recommendation? Should it be what they say is law? How should it be applied? Second question that we quickly asked them is, are there instances where you adjusted monthly planning and sequencing proposed based on findings from seismic reports? Right, so I'm getting seismic data in some form. 68% of them said, yes, there have been instances where I changed my mining plan. Right? 27% says no. So again, the question is, if we're doing all these things and nobody's using it, why are we doing it? Right? On the other hand, maybe we're not using it because we don't know what we're getting, or our networks are so bad, we know what we're getting is rubbish. But somewhere there's an answer to it. Problem is, in our industry, there's a widespread. And the question is, how do you address that in a guideline? I think this is the last one. And it's about training. And this is something that we were asked to add because of the responses. In other words, is the understanding of seismic activity after all these years of research, is the understanding on the operations to the level it should be or shouldn't be? So we asked training questions. Right? 45% says, I need more training. 45% says, no, I'm okay with what I know, or what I don't know. I don't know which one's the right response. Again, the point is, there are a lot of people that feel, I do not understand the problems well enough. But the rock engineer on the operation is typically the guy that makes those decisions. He takes the seismic data, 72% of them said, right, if I remember correctly, and they change the design, they change the planning. But 45% of those guys do not know what they're doing. It's a problem. So all of this fed into a guideline. So again, to draft the guideline, we said, what is out there that we can maybe build on? And we got this work from Potvin, Yves Potman, Australian. And all I want you to note there, don't worry about the detail, is what he is suggesting a guideline should look like. One, it's a process. You'll see arrows. So it's a process. You start at a point and you work towards another point. And as you go forward, you gather information, you do some thinking, you make some decisions, and you carry on. So he said there's a data collection phase that feeds into a seismic analysis phase. The seismic analysis phase feeds into a phase where you look at control measures. And then in the end, you say, all right, what is my residual risk now? All right, so it's data collection, going into seismic analysis, going into remedial action, and then monitoring, deciding what the final risk is, and monitoring it for improvements. So keep this in mind, because this formed the basis when we tried to say what should be done. So we were asked then, as the phase 2 in our box, okay, can you develop a guidelines? Good to have this document, wonderful, all the information is in there. Physically, what does the guy in the operation need to do? Can you give us a guideline? So we rethought the guideline on the hand, at the end of what Potman also suggested. And we said, one, the guideline needs to be founded on good information. All right, not only the information that we research, but also the information that exists in current research reports as far back as we can go. All right, so that is important. I cannot put all of that information in a guideline. All right, we don't have enough paper in the country. So that is something. So the guideline I get to must be something that's short enough to be used, but it actually refers, or it can link you to all this other work. The format, right? We wanted to get away from a paper-based format, right? So although the document that's been delivered is paper-based, that's not the end idea, and hopefully I'll show you something of where we think it should be going. The implementation is to assist the practitioner on the operation to implement it, step for step for step. You do this, you do that, you do this, you do that, until he gets to a point where he can defend whatever he's deciding. And then evaluation. That's probably one of the most important things. You cannot have a seismic network and not evaluate what you're getting out of it. Right? Then I think you're playing around with data a little bit. All right, so this formed the basis of the guidelines. So in the end, we ended up with a process. We said this guideline must be a process. It must go from step to step. Right? And interesting, there's a step 0. Right? And the reason it's a step 0 is because step 1 to 8 was created before we added step 0. So step 0 is basically this. If you've never mined in an area, you don't know what's happening there, all you've got is what the guys around you have done, then that's step 0. So basically it means you have to get all that information from them or from Council for Geoscience. You must get some data from somewhere. All right? And then you follow step 1 to 8. It was just to cater for the expansion. Somebody said earlier, hope. And trust and looking forward to the future or something. I think it was Bernard. Right. So this is when we are going to plan those new mining areas. Right. That's what step 0 is for. Step 1 to 8 I'm going to run through in a little bit more detail, but it basically takes you through data gathering. It takes you through analysis of your seismicity. It takes you through deciding on mitigation strategies. It takes you through measuring what you're doing and deciding, am I doing the right thing? Same general format as what Potman suggested, constructed and built for our operations. All right, then that's just a repeat. What we did is we actually like these flow charts, and maybe it's just me, but we actually like these flow charts. And if you think about it, we talked about the LMS, the training system. That whole training system is now being built around a flow chart of the geotechnical design process, so that everybody knows at every point where they are in this whole geotechnical design process. So the same sort of thinking here. So we try to go with that approach as well. All right, this guideline is currently out for comments into the industry. So obviously everybody will have chance to say how they feel about it, how they feel about what it looks like, what has to be in there, and then of course the way forward. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask Stahl to jump into the spreadsheet. What I did, right, is I said, thank you very much, I said, this is just too much information to present in a document and believe that every rock engineer is going to actually open that document and read it. Right? Our history with that is not too great. So how can we actually present it? So I just went into an Excel and I created something and I said this can work in some way. Lerato touched on it, that maybe it'll look different. But the point is it needs to be digitized in some way. It needs to be able to give you access to information very quickly without much pain, while it still leads you where you should be going. All right, so you'll recognize that. That is the starting point. All right? If you just go to the process, I'm going to ask Stahl, I was going to do this with a mouse, but the mouse doesn't work from here. All right, so there's my 9 steps, all spelled out. Right, exactly as in the document. You'll see the bottoms at the top, back to introduction, previous step, next step, all the normal stuff that you find in typical digital applications that will lead you from one step to the other one. All right, step 0. So I'm just going to run through it quickly. All right, so the idea is, I'm going to mine a new mining area. I need to look at the mining plan of all the mines around me. I've got to identify where my planned mining area is, and I have to find information that's most appropriate to my mining area. So at the same time, this tool now not only gives you guidance, but it also allows you to put information into it. In other words, that's my mine plan. Those are the areas I'm planning to do, and you'll see that mine plan being copied through all the steps. So it becomes a tool whereby it leads you in the decision-making process, but it also keeps the record of what decisions you've made. Okay. If you go to step 1, all right. So step 1 starts with you select the area that you want to look at. The area can be a shaft area, it can be a geotechnical area, it can be a certain depth range, doesn't matter. But you have to decide this is the area I'm interested in, and I'm going to try and figure out what I must do in terms of seismic monitoring in this area. All right, next one. And this is where you may think it becomes very busy, but it's not that bad. All right. The next step in this process is to go to that area and assess your seismic risk, same as what Potvin did. Right? So again, in this thing, in this digital version, there is a table that leads you into what should be assessed. In other words, I'm just going to quickly run through that. I'll just scroll slightly up. And a lot of this information exists already in codes of practice. Thank you very much, Stahl. All right. Specific challenges in this area. Are there any specific challenges that I need to consider? Is there a structure that I don't know? Is there depth changes that I've never had to deal before? So there's a list of things with some typical investigation that the guideline says to you, if this is what you're planning to do, make sure you address each of those. And then there's typically on the right-hand side just something that will help you and say, I looked at this, I looked at this, I looked at this, I looked at this. In the end, if you make a decision, what you need is just to be able to show I've thought about these things, I've made a decision, and this is what I'm basing it on. Again, the guideline not only guides you through the process, but allows you to say what I've done and why I've done it. Okay, the next one, where are we now? 3. Sorry, just scroll up. So now you identify seismic hazard districts, same as ground control districts or geotechnical areas. So it's an area that's got a certain signature, it's a certain behavior, and this work comes out of research work that was done in one of the SIM reports that I can't remember. Right? So again, the concept, it's not new. So where I originally selected the shaft area, suddenly I go and divide that shaft area into 3 seismic hazard districts. The one that's on the deeper side, another one on the shallower side, and then one that's around a specific geological structure. And I call these my 3 seismic hazard districts. You'll see there's a table where it can be filled in, and that automatically pulls through just in the spreadsheet, but to show you how a digital guideline could work. All right. Thank you. Step 4. All right, so now I've decided on the areas, I've investigated the seismic hazard, I understand what my problems are going to be. Now my question is, what sort of monitoring do I think I need there? So we created 8 different objectives of why I should be monitoring in that area. Starting from regional large events, in other words, all I want to do is pick up regional large events, all right? Or the second one, emergency event location. In this area, that's all I want to do. I want to be able to determine a location to inform people underground. Right? all the way down to short-term STHA, short-term hazard assessment, that's daily assessments, all the stuff that a lot of the mines are doing, looking at the data, giving some information, and making some decisions. So there's eight of them. Right? And again, you now, for each of your seismic hazard districts, you have to decide what is the objective. What am I going to try and monitor in this area for? Am I trying to just know where the events are, or am I trying to do moment tensor analysis? Because those things have an impact on the network you then design, which takes us to the next step. Right? So here you've got, in what's that, columns N to R, you've got your seismic hazard districts, and you've chosen your seismic monitoring objectives in line, 4, 5, and 6. And now each of those relate to a seismic network, where we try and say, right, your location accuracy, to do this kind of monitoring, you need a location accuracy of that. You need a planarity of this. You need a sensitivity of that. You probably need to use 1 Hertz, 4 Hertz, as well as accelerometers. Thank you very much. And the winner is. Type of analysis, right? So this guides you for what you want to do. It guides you to design the right network for it. Right? So now it's not a question only of, I have this area, well, I've got 2 geophones and that is it. No. If you have this area and you need to do short-term hazard assessment because you reckon that the risk is high, right, then you have to put in a more decent network. This guides you to be able to do it. At the same time, on the right-hand bottom, there's a link to previous research reports that will give you straight access to that. In other words, you don't have to go and look for it. It's there. Next. Yeah, okay, this one is important. Then the rest we can jump over. Just go to 6, yeah? Thank you very much. So again, in this whole process is rock engineering strategies. So what do you apply? What do you implement? And basically what we did is we took well-known, well-implemented rock engineering strategies, we linked them to your seismic hazard monitoring objectives. And we said, all right, if you in seismic hazard district 1 you want to do short-term hazard assessment, what are the typical rock engineering strategies you should consider? All right? You can click on it, it jumps down. Just do that stall for me, please. There in column P, STHA. Okay, or scroll down. It's nearly at the bottom. Or scroll up. Which way? Go down or up. Yeah. No, sorry. It is down then. Down. More. Still more. Carry on. Quick. You can go quick. That's LTH. There you are. That one. And one up. All right, so there's the table for short-term hazard assessment. And it gives you an idea of things. In other words, for seismic monitoring and reporting, right? The system that will indicate short-term risk, short-term seismic instability risk. So is my seismic network able to do it? Because if it's not, I cannot implement this. Monitoring, analysis, reporting of seismic events by specialists to feed into a risk assessment with appropriate mitigation measures. Do I have a risk assessment system into which I pull the seismic data, yay or nay? So you work through that whole list. On the right-hand side, we relate it to who's responsible for it in terms of our South African concept, setups, and on the far right is about training. In other words, is training required? Is it something a rock engineer should know, or is there something else that he should be trained to be able to do? All right. So it's a detail list, and the whole idea is to run through this guideline, and when you come to the end, you will be aware of where on your mind will you try to do what kind of seismic monitoring, what is the network that you're going to implement in each of those different areas, what is the strategies that you will consider for each of those areas, right? And then you can jump just to the last, go back to process for me, please. Okay. Then I jump all the way down to step 7 and 8. And step 7 is about I monitor and I evaluate. If my seismic risk hasn't changed, I have to ask, is my network not able to tell me right? Are my strategies totally ineffective, right? Or did I choose the area that I looked at in such a way that I cannot actually learn anything? And then the process becomes a circle. I go back to saying, relook your area, relook your strategies, rethink your network. All right, monitor, how is it working for you? It's working well? All right. For the time being, we carry on with what we are. So this is the guideline, and I mean, I've taken up my time just to talk through it. So it's a lot. And the only way to really get this into a way that we will actually use it is to go digital. It has to happen that way, and it has to happen in a way where if I work through the process, I've got a record that I actually went through this, I made the decisions, I gathered the data, I evaluated the data, and in the end, this is my conclusion. This is what I should be doing. Okay, mouthful. It is out there for comment. As soon as it comes back, we will finalize it. We will rethink how we're going to get it into the industry to implement once it's done. And of course, then there'll be a trial period of you guys using it and working through it and say, all right, yes, I'm getting value out of this. Another important thing of a guideline, it's no use if it's not used. All right, so that whole feedback back to I suppose, to RETC is saying, listen, these steps not working for us. If it's digital, it's easy. You go into the system, you make the changes, and everybody that has access to it immediately see the changes. So we do believe digital is the way to go, independent of where we host it. Okay, that is really my long story, and I'm sorry for having it at this time of the day. But it's a very important tool, we do believe, and it's a tool that is there to want to help you, and I'm talking to the practitioners now, the rock engineering practitioners, to help you, to guide you, right? But also to make sure that if you've made certain decisions, you've got that backup of why I made those decisions and why the network looks like this, or why I need to plan to expand my network, rather than just standing there and say, you know, I need them 500 meters apart because it's good. All right, so hopefully the guideline will assist, and I really do hope you look through it when you get to it. If we get it in a digital format, to start working with it and see if we can start finding out or finding guidelines that really, really are effective. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Johan. Our next speaker, Neil Wederman, will present on the use of photogrammetry for real-time risk identification. We believe that this technology will empower our crews to proactively identify hazards and obviously address them in a proactive manner. Thank you, Neil.
Afternoon, everyone. I want you to imagine just for a moment that I'm not the last speaker, just for today. It'll make it more bearable. So I'm Neil Wederman, I'm representing Stratify, and we are really in the game of photogrammetry, not because we don't like LiDAR, but photogrammetry in our particular use case is a solution to move us towards really making a difference when it comes to injuries and fatalities in a force of ground environment and those statistics. So just a short history on, or a bit of background. There we go. We are a startup that got going in 2020, but really in 2022, we got our momentum when we partnered up with the Minerals Council and Mandela Mining Precinct, where we were involved in the hazardous rock identification competition, and we presented some workflows, technologies, and software where we believed that we could solve a problem in a new way, thinking out of the box a little bit. And what that entails is a three-part solution. So it's hardware, two parts of the hardware, and then a software solution, and all of that combines some processes that's important to reach our end goals. So from the part one you see in the green block there, the hardware part there is a scanner head, and you'll see some more images of that. And that scanner head is a photogrammetry solution with built-in on-device processing and some connectivity to a handheld device, which is the part 2. That handheld device would then enable the user, the miner in this case, to visualize the scanned environment, the region of interest. Your resulting point cloud would then be visible for inspection, and for many practical reasons that will also eliminate the scene in a different lighting condition without your RGB or color shaders, and make some structures and features more visually identifiable. But not just that, there's some automated processes that will run on the handheld device, not on the scanner itself, but on a handheld device, and in the workplace, in near real time, the user can identify additional automated processes and features. So we want to make sure that the user can look at things like discontinuity sets, intersecting planes, low-hanging features and low-angled features in a hanging wall, for instance. So those type of in-scope or in the workplace outputs is quite important for us with a handheld device. The third block, part 3, is the platform that we have, and that all will integrate when the data eventually gets to surface, a bit later in the shift, so depending on connectivity. And additional steps will be executed on the software platform. And I'm going to go through some case studies around that. So that is some of the very first prototyping that we were doing. This was a test we did in Risizwe mine, a Bakibung mine, and we were just testing out the principles of having our scanning head mounted on a telescopic pole, enabling the user to be still standing underneath the supported area. And this is just after a blast, and you can scan the freshly blasted area upon re-entry and make this whole process part of your early entry examination. And the idea is that this will enable the miner to identify obvious hazards, loose rocks, etc. So this is just some of the evidence of the in-house capabilities we have, building all of this in-house. You're actually looking at the second version of the scanner, our test article 2, and this was built with the learnings from the first scans we did. This is at the Wits mock mine, and you can see the outputs on the right-hand side. As you're scanning through on the left-hand side, the device is picking up the pixels from photogrammetry photographs rather than LiDAR and building a real-time point cloud in low resolution. And that is what we are talking about, on-device feedback on a handheld device for the miner on site. We went through many different trials. So one of these was at the K4 mine. What we managed to prove there was some of the research around an interesting solution to the lighting problems that you might have with traditional photogrammetry. I'm not going to go into detail too much, but essentially you don't want shadows, and we just wanted to prove that we could solve that, and the image quality on a moving platform like this is going to be something that's usable in high-resolution photogrammetry outputs for the platform on surface, right, for the software, where we really want high-resolution point clouds. The learnings from that took us to the test article 3. We redesigned everything from the ground up again. We've got an in-house electronic engineer that's building this from power supply to controller boards to motherboard. Everything is built in South Africa and designed here in South Africa. That is the resulting test article 3, right? Very proud of that scanner. It's in the back in the corner. You can have a look at it afterwards. And you've got Donovan there on his haunches just showing off his shoulder muscles. This is some of the case studies. So we went to Clover Mine in the northwest, and we wanted to just make sure that we could geo-reference the point cloud. Also, we wanted to make sure that we can output high-resolution point clouds. So very interestingly, slide here, you can see how the 3D point cloud or the model was geo-referenced and overlaid into onto the mine plan. And there is some deviations from the plan to the actual point cloud, and it's purely because it's high resolution, right? You see every little corner and every feature a lot better than with the design we have there on the plan. We also wanted to make sure that the subsequent high-resolution model that's output is of significant resolution, that we could start to do additional interesting things like identifying things in a 3D space, not just visually, but in a 3D space, identify support, for instance. And that's important for the steps going forward, where we want to automate these steps and make sure that you can measure between supports. You could look at not just spacing, but the density and compliance to the plan, right? So is that part of what the plan was, and you could do that continuously. So we also pick up the discontinuity sets in an automated process, and this is something that we'll make available to the user on the ground as well, where we pick up the different planes and we count them and make sure that we can measure the distance between them. So the discontinuity sets might be indicative of a higher risk area, as well as other information we can get from that. The higher the resolution of the point cloud, the smaller features we could pick up, and therefore we have the second step of high resolution outputs on surface, but on device there's also the lower resolution version of this to pick up steps and brows and connected features that might not be visible to the user with the limited lighting conditions and his ability to move beyond the area where he's standing on a supported area while scanning. Intersecting planes and identifying wedges, that's quite important here. And then measuring your apex height and comparing that with your support regime. Would your support be sufficient to reach the apex height? If the apex height is 1.6 meters of this particular envisaged wedge, and your support only would be effective to 1.2 or 1.5 meters, that would be something that you'd want to maybe have a top or some reaction to that. We had another visit to the same mine. The team went out here just for a pre and a post-blast analysis. Just for interest's sake, on the left-hand side, you see something I mentioned earlier, RGB representation of the point cloud. On the right, we have artificially shaded point cloud, and that just shows the features a lot better, where the human eye can't probably properly distinguish between features when there's an RGB overlay that might hide or obscure some obvious features. But besides the point, this is a photo mosaic. This is compiled out of many photographs, so a geo-referenced, auto-rectified photo mosaic, where many photographs are taken and stitched together with scale and without distortion. Therefore, we can start to measure. And for this particular exercise, we wanted to prove the concept that our outputs can also be used for fragmentation analysis on a photograph that is auto-rectified, right? So you can measure from that. And edge detection and some other processes are run. Each feature would be named and marked. On the right, we could see the logarithmic scale for size distribution of the different features. And the largest feature in that photograph was 49 square centimeters. That's an indication of roundness. The same exercise was done to do during the pre and post blast analysis, is to start and look at volumetric differences between the two blasts. The model that's in RGB or in color is the first pre-blast scan. The gray model in the back is the post-blast. I just, for contrast reasons, changed the color there, but you could see that we can measure. It's orientated and it's scaled, so we could actually measure the distance from the different sockets we picked up. So in the pre-blast, we could pick up the drill holes. In the post-blast, we could pick up the sockets, and that helps us to measure the distance and the angle of that drill hole, but also the actual volumetric calculation can be done. This is quite an interesting output from that same study. The software here is looking for changes between the two models. I want you to ignore everything to the bottom right, but looking forward to the top left, that's warmer colors indicate distance from the rest of the point cloud. So your Green band is where the 2 point clouds overlap quite nicely. There's some orange and yellowy areas within the green band, and that shows that some of the data is, some of the deformation happened around those sockets in the hanging wall. Anyway, so blast plans overlaid. I can hear the bell of death, so I'm going to go quick. The purple magenta lines here indicate the measurements we did manually, though, but we did the measurements from the drill holes to the sockets that you see in the hanging wall, and the drilling was, we were able to show the drill operators' techniques there. Some more studies, just again, in the coal mine industry. Picks up features, and we can identify wedges. I'm going really fast, but now I just want to thank all of the people that went on this journey with us, the Minerals Council, the Mandela Mining Precinct, CSIR, and the Department of Science and Innovation. We're really thankful for them and you can imagine, we've got quite a few bits and pieces to bring together with the software side, but this is a great journey, and we'd like to be part of that with everyone in this room. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, the attention span is dropping, I'm aware. So we will not do the Mentimeter questions anymore. I'd rather we have closing remarks from our social partners, AMMSA and SACMA, and I would particularly be interested in hearing what they thought of today and what their role could be in helping us roll out the Fogap implementation plan. So please welcome the President of AMMSA, Ntate Zweli Ndez. Closing remarks. Ke a leboga, Papa.
Thank you, Lerato. I must say, I've never been to a meeting that gets closed 3 times by 3 different people. So it has been a great day for me. I don't think I will repeat or summarize, Lorato, what we have all heard today. I think it was great input all around. I would just like to say it's amazing for me that today we did not have one mine manager volunteering to present something. I think it's not negative. It's a true example of leadership. You know, what Bennett said earlier, that let others shine. Especially given the fact that the mine managers, and I'm talking in general now, it can be a 3-1 appointment, 261, 4-1. I'm talking mine manager in general, especially given the fact that these guys, they do so much work in the background. The things that we talk about today, the adoption of leading practices, adoption of technology that takes us forward. The mine managers do a lot of that work. And I'm not saying, you know, we are not important, the other people in the room. We are important, but to have a mine manager on a mine is very critical to taking us forward. You know, if there's no mine manager on the mine stops. The DMRE will tell you, you don't have a 3-1A appointee, stop the mine. Okay, so these guys do so much work in the background to take us forward. And I know the CEOs, they put in the money, they say this is the best practice, put in the money, mine manager, please take it forward. And the CEO has got to influence just about 20 people. Think about the mine manager that must mobilize 3,000 people, 3,500 people around the best practice of entry examination, of ledging, or of implementing, you know, rock bolts or whatever, steel nets, blast on mesh. So these guys do a lot of work, you know, in the background in terms of taking us forward. I'll get back to AMMSA in a little moment, you know, the role that we play. I just want to talk about these positives. You know, in addition to helping us to implement things. As mine managers, there is also the not so nice side. And I don't want to end us on a somber mood, but there's also the not so nice side of being a mine manager. I don't have to be a mine manager anymore. I contribute on another level now differently, but I have that experience. When we do good things on the mine, we must acknowledge the mine managers of different levels. But let me tell you, when something unfortunate has happened, when things go wrong on a mine, the mine manager must go and talk to the widow. The mine manager must go to the funeral. I've been there, and you know what gets asked at the funeral? It's not the clever questions of the inspector. It's not the clever questions of the executive. You know what are those questions? The family wants to know, why did he die alone? Why didn't somebody help him? We have to sit with the family in this room as mine manager, and they show you the children, and the children, happen to be the same age as your children. And it's not clever questions. Why didn't somebody pull him out? Why didn't somebody notify him? Those types of questions. These involvements of mine managers with these various situations, I think they've helped to spend the mine managers to help us to take us where we are today. Many years ago, in the dark days of our industry, we used to lose 800 people in 1 year. The effort that mine managers have put in, of course, together with other stakeholders, the mine health and safety committees, the unions, and so on, the effort, but they are the frontline leaders on the operations. The effort that they have put in over the years, like Bernard spoke, has brought us to where we are today. We have little setbacks from time to time, but the overall trend of our performance in the industry, with the effort of these frontline leaders that lead the operations, their efforts have brought us to where we are today. So please, let's take a moment. If you feel the mine manager is important and has made this contribution that I'm talking about, let's take a moment and give a little bit of round of applause for the mine managers. I see some of them today, and typically you don't get a lot of them in the room because you know what? Day-to-day management of the operation means that you are there. You don't find a moment to get away. You are there all the time. So I want to thank you for that. As far as AMMSA is concerned, as you know, we are not a union. We are a voluntary association. We have over 900 members of the association. It's not only mine managers, it's other people as well that find value in being members of the association. Obviously, it's different categories. If you're a student, if you're a man overseer studying towards a mine manager certificate, etc., you belong in different categories of membership. But we play a very important role, like other associations, SAMM, SANIRE, our coal colleagues. But one of the important things we do as AMMSA is to help the industry with development of leadership. You heard earlier, everything falls or rises on leadership. So one of the things we do, amongst many things that we do, is that we create a platform for leaders to grow. Graduates join the association, they become members, and we create platforms, for presentation, for sharing of knowledge, for sharing of best practices, so that we can all grow. Without leadership, then we'll have the sunset industry. The reason why the industry hasn't become sunset is because of leadership. And it's not only us, AMMSA, that have contributed to graduates growing, becoming managers. There's a lot of other stakeholders that have contributed as well. But it's just one of the critical things that we do in terms of contributing to the industry. So we develop junior members, students, people become mine managers, they participate in forums that we create in a structured manner so that people grow in the industry, so that we can have the leadership in future. I think those are my closing remarks. Thank you very much, Elora.
Yeah, can we have Ntate George Hatting? He is a SACMA president. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, industry leaders and partners, good afternoon. Maybe you think there's something mentally wrong with me. And the whole morning when I was sitting there at the back, I thought for myself, this is going to be difficult. I am not a presenter. I need to deliver a speech. Now, if I look around, this platform is really not made for a person that needs to give a formal, official type of a speech. It is made for a presenter. It's a beautiful setup. We can see, we have this, monitors, and we give everybody around the table a chance to see and somehow to engage with the presenter. Now, it was important for me to walk around this platform looking at this roof and do a little bit of a risk assessment of my own. Now I know I'm a person, I walk, I talk with my hands, I cannot stand still. They didn't provide me with a platform so that I can at least stabilize myself and get me into a situation whereby I do not have to move around. So that is why it was very important to me to really conduct a risk assessment. I also looked at the fall of ground or the possibility of gravity coming on my head. But when I was doing this risk assessment, I got to the conclusion, my biggest risk is falling from this platform and breaking maybe my neck. And that will lead to a fatality that we definitely will not want. Now, I do have a formal speech. But like anything else in the mining environment, you need to adjust. Now, I am standing between yourself and lunch. And what I also do not would like to do is to definitely talk over and over about the things that already had been said. And I do echo the sentiments of a lot of the presenters, but also from the president of AMMSA. As an association, we have a role to play. But I am not just the president of SACMA. I am also a manager in office. So there's a dual purpose for me being here. The first one, as an association, we would like to show that we are involved and that we are collaborating with all of the disciplines in something as important as reducing fall of ground incidents. Now, 5 pages. I'm going to drop that. But what I found very interesting is, and I quite like it, we have a theme. Unfortunately, I did not see the theme before the time. So the theme is Olympics of Falls of Ground. And I thought for myself, what does this mean now? Obviously, if you are an athlete or a team competing in the Olympics, you would like to win. But where do we want to like to win? Do we want to run the fastest? In our case, if you are a field athlete, the higher you jump, the longer you jump, the longer you throw, you are getting recognized. And I don't think there's any company or commodity that would like to be recognized because they are there on top. That graph shows they have most of the incidents happening with them. In our case, it's the other way around. We want to be fast on implementing lead practices. But we want to be slow to cause incidents. I was also thinking that with the Olympics, we have individual sports, but we also have team sports. Now, when I looked at this program, and I think for myself, I'm a manager in office. I am in charge of a multiple disciplinary environment. Who need to be here? If you look at the program, from the top to the bottom, you see rock engineers. And I thought for myself, and it's the same question that my colleague now raised, where is the managers in office? How will we get managers in office here to stand here in front of this group of people and talk and taking the lead on how everything should come together? So it's very important for me that we do get our managers in office here, and not only the managers in office. Just by show of hands, how many operational people is here? So I would like to run my own multimeter here quickly. Okay. How many rock engineers is here? How many safety officers is here? How many geologists are here? Okay. I don't know if the geologist is scared. Maybe they're going to be poached by some other company. Who are we missing here? Where are the engineers? The engineers are designing our equipment. They are part and parcel of this group that need to address this fall of ground incidents. For me, that is the challenge. How are we going to get everybody around the table to come and contribute? Very important. We will not move forward if we cannot coordinate a collective effort whereby we can reduce fall of ground incidents. Going back to the Olympics, it is very important to note is there is a committee that really need to look after these teams, and there need to be a plan. Now, in our case for today, That committee is the MOSH adoption team, more especially the fall of ground stream. So thank you very much for bringing us together for today to come and listen to each other. More importantly is, and I didn't ask that, quick multimeter again, where's the coal miners? Where's the coal miners? So one thing that I would like to see going forward is that the coal miners also stand here and they also share their lead practices. One thing that I've learned out of this sessions is, even though I'm a coal miner, it doesn't go around what commodity we are mining. Mining is mining. All of us is working with machinery. We interact with conditions. We are very similar in the work that we need to perform. What we need to look at is where is the opportunities. Maybe we are thinking, just for example, we do have the illumination on the faces. It doesn't go about the fact that we are mining platinum or gold. It goes about the principle. How can we take this lead practice back to our operations, and then how can we implement it? And if we get it right, how are we going to share those learnings going forward? So based on that, I think there is a need there. And it's not the work of the task team. It is the work of the industry to make these type of forums and platforms, to make it effective, so that everybody can contribute in reducing the incidents. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Sure. Let me start by saying, George and Zweli, I have heard you loud and clear. I think I'm encouraged by the recommitment or reaffirmation of the managers in office's commitment to be part of Fogap and the team, and I'm consoled by the fact that I don't have to be a mine manager to be an AMMSA member. So I'm considering to join, just so that I can make sure that next year we have managers presenting here, managers in office, because that's a very important point they're saying. We want managers to come and tell us, to account for what they're doing in their minds or what they are not doing in their minds. So I've heard you loud and clear, and thank you very much. We've come to the end of the program, colleagues. Thank you for indulging us. It was a long, jam-packed program. You are probably starving, but I want to just say my parting words to you. 7 colleagues have lost their lives in 2 months. I don't have the emotional capacity to project how many loss of lives we will have by the end of the year if we don't reverse this negative trend now. I challenge you to go back to your operations and do your bit. Remind yourself that we are a soccer team or we are a rugby team. We work together. We've learned, we've shared some learnings today. And yeah, I struggle every time I hear of a loss of life, particularly on FOG, because I'm part of the Fogap team that's doing this. And I did say in the morning, I have lost 3 very important people in my life in the space of 3 years, and I don't even know who I am. It's devastating. So I challenge all of you to go back to your operations and do your bit. Yeah? So hopefully we meet again next year. God bless you. Thank you. Oh, wait. Sorry. Before we go, all speakers that spoke after tea, please stay behind. We need photo sessions and to give you your thank you gifts. Thanks. join us for lunch in, I think, the cafeteria in this floor as you go out to your parking lot. Please join us for lunch. We cannot waste the money. And then people